Board meeting of Ashfield at the Town Hall, 7 o'clock on, what is today? 16th. There are 5 audio recording devices that I can count, and 1 video recording device. So welcome, we're signing warrants, getting bills paid. Not to interrupt you, Paulette, the top of that warrant is paying off that note that you and Ron signed last year for the storm damage.
Right.
And I told you that I was going to meet with the treasurer and the highway superintendent. We had Ted Murray come in, and the reimbursements have come back fine. Reimbursements have come in far in excess of paying that off, and the treasurer said she had plenty of money to get it out of the way. So we concurred, it was due, so I think it's due Wednesday.
So that payment will be in the next warrant?
That payment's in that one. It's the first one, $195,000.
Oh, payable to People's Bank. Gotcha. Plus the interest.
$1,150, I believe. Is that correct? Pretty close, isn't it?
Yes. And 50 cents.
And 50 cents.
That was in the detail.
Turn that table around. One more person says that.
What's that, man?
I said, I'm gonna turn that table around and one more person says town hall's upside down.
I won't make it right side up on this side, though.
It is. Okay, from Paulette's side, that's right.
Oh, there you go.
Indeed.
Fire truck ran over.
Sticky.
Took more abuse than I can. Did we get one more time?
Lots of driveways. Funny, without that, which is. There we go, bills are paid. It's a great feeling. Next on our agenda are minutes, but we have meeting minutes from November 18th and December 2nd, and we have a relatively long list of appointments. So we won't adjourn the meeting until we approve the minutes wholly. No matter how late it gets, we're going to approve the minutes before we adjourn so we don't get backed up on it. So, first victim, Emily.
Hi,
You want to update us on the school committee?
I do, and normally at this time of the year, we have a preliminary budget, so I can give you a good idea of where we're headed. I don't have that, and I'll explain that in a minute. So, looking forward to May, this is what I have a feeling for now. I think Ron is aware that we're hoping that there will be changes to the regional agreement this year, that we're hoping the long-range committee will find that the school committee has that it needs to be cracked open and rewritten in several different areas. So, hopefully, time-wise, we can get something put together to bring forth for May in order to do that. The other piece we're looking forward to is the budget. And normally the budget is made up of two pieces. It's made up of our regular operating budget and our capital budget. This year, Ashfield's going to be looking at three pieces. So let me start.
Looking at what?
Three sections now instead of just two, and I'll explain that. May as well do that first. We have an issue with special needs students. The state requires us to take care of them from age 3 to age 22. And the way we had been doing that with our preschoolers for many years is subcontract with the Ashfield preschool. We'd pay them a certain amount of money, and that normally goes towards paying part of a teacher's salary, and they would take care of the students for us unless they were very special needs, and then we would send them to Buckland Shelter where we have the facilities available to take care of them. This year, the state decided to look a little closer and change its requirements and said we can't do it that way anymore. There are big issues and little issues. There's a number of them. The biggest one is the state requires special education teachers to be licensed, where a private institution would require them to be certified. And right now, no one at the Ashfield preschool has the desired ability or, the time and money to get licensed. So, we have a choice. We have to take care of these students. Yes.
And that requirement, I mean, how old are the special needs students that are going to the preschool?
Well, the preschool takes kids from 2.9 to kindergarten age 5.
And we have a responsibility from, did you say 3?
From age 3, which is barely over 2.9, it's just a few months. From age 3 to 22. The state also has some other things. They want all of the students, special needs students within the district that are preschool age to have equity in terms of services and equity in terms of tuition. So they don't care if SPED students in another district, Conway, Goshen, don't have access to the same schools. But the kids who go to Ashfield have to have access to the same programming as the Shelburne kids, the Heath kids. They want equity among our districts. That's another little issue that we're working on. But basically, we can't have our kids at Ashfield preschool the way we did before. We can't just give them money and say, you know, you can provide the services. So we have two options. We can send them all to Buckland Shelburne, where we already have a program set up and do transportation. Or we can take care of them in Ashfield. Now, long term, we'd rather keep our kids in Ashfield so we don't have that transportation cost. Plus, the kids tend to stay in the school in the town that they're used to when they start. So that gives us two options if we want the kids to stay in Ashfield. We can either open our own preschool in Sanderson, or we can find a way to work with the Ashfield preschool. So we've been having several meetings with the Ashfield preschool to find a way to do that. Now, when I was on the board there for 10 years, 11 years ago, the thought was we don't want to work with the school more than taking their money because we don't want to, you know, be told what to do. But I think times are changing for everybody, and we know that there's no way Ashfield can support two preschools. There's just not enough kids. So we sat down with them and we said, how about if we put a program in the Ashfield preschool that we have a teacher that the Mohawk district pays for. We supply, you know, the services, the licensing. We'll include your teachers in any professional development. The preschool is all like, yes, this is great. That way we get another staff member in the building that we don't technically have to pay for. We want to work with you. The problem we're facing now is of the three options, that's the most expensive. So it was suggested that perhaps the town of Ashfield would be willing to kick in the cost above and beyond what would be to start our own preschool in Sanderson, make up the difference in order to keep it in the Ashfield preschool and not have two preschools competing against each other. So what would happen is if we put this on the warrant in May and the townspeople vote for it, and I can't give you a figure right now, we're still meeting and trying to determine costs. I'm gonna guess in my head around 12,000, but I'm not, you can't hold me to that, but I'm not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. If the town votes for that extra, then we will go ahead and do that. If not, for the fall of 2014, we'll transport the students to Buckland Shelburne in order to be in compliance with the state requirements. So right now we're talking.
How new are these regulations?
We just got the call this summer. This isn't something that we were able to prepare for. We got the call this summer. And so, like I said, we've had a few meetings with the preschool trying to work out how we can all coexist and not hurt each other. And this is kind of what we came up with in the direction. It's not unprecedented to ask towns to kick in a little bit. Heath is actually paying for all of its preschool students, regular and special needs, to be able to attend the Heath preschool for free. And Palomont also has a preschool where the towns are chipping in so that their students can go for free.
So is this only with the preschool that the towns are chipping in? I mean, it's a regional issue, isn't it? The regional expense? No?
The special needs students, I'm talking about the preschool. The special needs students from 3 to 5, the district is responsible for.
From 3 to 5?
Yeah, from 3 to kindergarten. The district is responsible for paying for and taking care of.
I guess I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not hearing well or something, but so the district's responsible for 3 to 5.
Yes, special needs students.
Okay, so why is it?
Actually responsible 3 to 22.
That's right.
It's 3 to 26 though, isn't it? It's not 22.
I was told 22. I thought it was 21 and I kept being
I
told
thought it was
22.
26.
I believe it's 22,
Okay,
although you could be in the parents' health insurance now to be 26.
Okay.
There's so many different, educationally, it's.
So until they're in first grade, we need to be responsible.
Well, we are, but we have first grade school, so we're already taking care of those students and meeting state requirements by either sending them to our schools and if they have more higher needs than we can provide, we send them and pay to send them to schools.
So this isn't a new is this a new regulation, or is it, they're just catching up to us and enforcing it?
This was the representative from DESI that came to the school and said, here's a list of things we need you to do to be in compliance. I don't know if it's a new rule or if they're just catching up to us, but
It's not a.
I'm just wondering if it's a mandate that they're passing down with no funding.
Well, that too. But it's not a new rule. It's just that up to this point, we have not had any students from Ashfield that have had these specific needs. And they used to be educated there, and then they set up the program at Buckley Shelburne. And the children were then bused to Buckley Shelburne. But now there are 3 children that qualify who come from Ashfield, and the request has been to possibly bring them back to their hometown school, preschool. And at that point, the district is responsible for their specific education and transportation.
So the request is being made by the parents, is what you're saying.
I'm getting that feeling, yes.
So you're thinking that might be a $12,000 surprise?
we don't have a number at this point. I just wanted to let you know that we're not talking $100,000. We're talking about having the town hopefully, or asking the town to chip in the difference among what it would be if we either transported the kids or opened a preschool at Sanderson, and what the cost would be to have a program at the Ashfield preschool. We haven't figured out what that is yet. We've got several sub-groups that are all looking into different issues, all the things we have to do to be in compliance, what the numbers are. I'm just letting you know at this point we're talking, and don't be surprised if that does show up in later conversations or on the warrant in the spring. That's what we're hoping for, is to get it on the warrant. Another piece that you guys have all been invited to is the capital budget. The building subcommittee, when we did the green roof project, they liked the project manager so much, we invited him back to do an audit of all of our schools to find out long range, 15-year plan we're working on, what needs to be done for maintenance, what we need to catch up on, and what kind of schedule would be, so there aren't big surprises. So we had a preliminary estimate. We've gone to, today was the last of those school walkthroughs, was Heath this afternoon. And what we did with those lists is we went through and identified what had already been taken care of since we got the report, what may be more of a priority, what we could push off, and if the estimates, the dollar amounts were even correct. So at some point, all that information is going to be pulled together in building subcommittee, and we'll have a 15-year plan, a good plan going forward, is what it really costs. It's going to cost to keep all these buildings open. So I think you were all emailed copies of the preliminary numbers for Sanderson and Mohawk, which Ashfield would be chipping in for. And I don't want you to think those are final numbers. That's just to give you, again, a ballpark idea of what we're kind of talking about.
Some of those earlier were overestimated as opposed to, fortunately, so that there's been some recoup on some of the estimates that had been made when the actual repairs were done. And it was money that came back.
The estimate was a little high.
Yes, the estimates have been high at this point, so we're keeping our fingers crossed that what work needs to be done. And some of it's capital and some of it will be done with regular maintenance. A lot of it at Sanderson is regular maintenance.
So you're sneaking up on the big nut.
Yeah, but I just wanted to let you know, again, when it comes, we're gonna have an increase. And it's not gonna be just what we've already voted for past projects that aren't finished yet, that we're gonna be asking for more.
So that'll be a separate article that we accept to go and do that capital project.
Yes, capitals, it was same as we did when we did the green roof repair, it was a separate line item. And then getting back to the operating budget, the big one, the reason I don't have a preliminary for you today, the school committee generally doesn't want the budget to increase more than 2.5% overall. Did about 2.5%, we said that's a reasonable expectation. We've had all been to presentations at the school that said since 2009 we've been using a lot of money from our reserves. I mean, we don't really have a stabilization account or savings account, but we have E&D and we have revolving accounts. So the revolving accounts we can either, spend more or spend less because they're revolving. We kind of use them as savings accounts. And then we had been overspending those for the last few years to give the towns a break because the economy was bad. And that we were getting to a point where we were going to need to not spend as much from that as we had in years past, step down, because if we didn't, in 3 to 4 years, we wouldn't have any reserves left. We will have used up our savings. So this year we initially proposed to drop our revolving down, but what we ended up doing was bumping our E&D back up. So the net change really isn't, at this point, any less than it was the year before. And one of the reasons is that we already know going into the new year, since we've had the building assessment reports, 2 of the 4 boilers at Mohawk have gone at $50,000 apiece. And we just signed a new bus contract. We only had one bidder and it came in much higher than expected. It was about $275 a day per bus. And the new contract is $350 a day per bus.
Wasn't that about $250,000 increase? It was a big bump.
Well, it's about $189,000.
Okay.
But
Brought it
that's,
up to about $1 million.
yeah, there will be, if the state reimbursement remains as it has at 60%, we're figuring that budget, that increased transportation money is going to be about $120,000 on top of what we've been paying up to this point. And I think David's probably going to speak to maybe the transportation for boats.
So a simple 2.5% is $47,500.
That's our overall budget number. Excuse me. We also backed into that what we thought we should hold the town assessment portion of that at. And, I'm always squeaking 2.5, but I didn't have a lot of support for that because last year it was 3.4. And last year when I kept saying towns can't afford it, they looked at me and they said Ashfield's the one that led the drive to give them $80,000 more in the budget than we originally asked for. So my point of view doesn't have a whole lot of weight anymore. And there's quite a few people in the room, and I've heard, in the community, not just in Ashfield, but other towns, that said, it's time to just put out there what we really need. The superintendent and I kind of are a little more conservative because we know the risk of doing that is not having the towns pass a budget. And with the timing issue, how long it takes to revote another budget, we'd be passing out pink slips and that would hurt morale and people would be looking for other jobs. So even though it would be great to just get it out there that this is what it would really cost to run the schools, the way the state is requiring us to run the schools and giving the kids the education that they want us to meet their requirements, practically that can't happen. So that's another reason I don't have a preliminary budget for you. It works 2 ways. The school committee gives guidelines as to what we think the towns can reasonably afford. And then there's coming up from the other way where all of the principals met with their staffs and they sat down and they talked about, okay, what do we need? Not pie in the sky dreams, but what's the minimum requirements we need for our school? So where the school committee came in at an overall budget increase of 2.5%, the educational staff sees that they need 4%. and with what we have from other revenue sources, where the school committee said assessments to the towns would be about 3.4%, which is what they were last year. Obviously not for individual towns, but for all of them together. The numbers for the educational staff comes closer to 11%. So for that reason, the superintendent just said, we are way too far apart. I need to sit down with my principals and bang out some numbers and try to come someplace closer. So we were supposed to have a budget meeting on Wednesday. We canceled it because they just needed more time to try to figure out where, how. But the problem is we're stumped. They've cut all our low-hanging fruit. There really isn't.
And we're in the process of negotiating with the teachers.
Contracts.
The contract negotiations, that starts next week. I mean, the 2nd of January.
Well, I'm not speaking to the board, but you can feel free at school committee meeting to quote that, you know, if we're worried about negotiations and the morale of sending out pink slips, tell them the morale of the taxpayers in Ashfield will be hurt too if we have to try to fund $150,000 more. Or any large number that comes over what would be a reasonable increase.
I do. And I wish, you know, I can tell you this is going to be a good year, but I think Ron has the best view from being on long range that there's just too many things that we're required to do. And with our size and our numbers, it's just what's left over to teach the children.
And the upkeep of the buildings, I mean, that's a major issue. We really have to grapple with it at some point.
I don't have too much to add. We've been meeting probably twice a month as a long-range planning committee. And it is a daunting effort. It's a lot of data accumulation, and I'm actually meeting with the superintendent's office tomorrow. And we have another meeting this Thursday, and most everyone other than Kevin Fox is held in there to the original effort. Changing the regional agreement, we all would love to do that, but I wouldn't hold out any hopes for that happening before town meeting. The first concern of ours is really to educate the public and to educate ourselves, and a lot of data needs to cross the threshold to get there. And so we're looking at things like real numbers for vacancy, and yes, a lot of bricks and mortar. Costs a lot more when you have classroom sizes of 6 kids and stuff like that. So it's a daunting issue out there, and we have to deal with it.
So it sounds like one of the big issues is how much brick and mortar do we have to keep?
For sure. And a lot of the building requirements and the mortgages that go along with those buildings and such, it's a lot of moving parts. And that is, by the way, a public meeting. Anyone's welcome to come. The next meeting like that is going to be this Thursday down in Shelburne Falls at the Memorial Hall, 7 o'clock.
Isn't one of the ongoing issues the fact that the clientele that's attending school is constantly decreasing?
We don't have that data yet, but the rumor is yes.
Well, just recently, the picture in the newspaper,
Yeah.
albeit over a long period of time, does not bode well for an increase in young people in school.
That's right. The demographics themselves are speaking that same way. There are fewer and fewer kids around, and buildings are their size,
We do have our October 1 data, and it's a sad look. I mean, we projected the decline, but in addition to that, we had quite a large number of students go from 8th grade to tech schools this year. It was a huge increase, which I totally understand with the economy. That's where the kids think they're going to find jobs around here. That's what's available. But last year we had an enrollment, it was over 1,000, and this year we're looking at, I'm going to give the kindergarten through 12th grade numbers and not include the pre-K, is 921 students.
Down from 1,000.
That's for kindergarten through 12th grade in 5 schools.
Pretty much a 10% decrease. Not quite.
about 500 at Mohawk and split with the other schools, about 450.
So normally that's just due to, demographics. It's not kids exodus, leaving the school. But this year there was a large number of kids that decided to go to Tech.
So you sent a plan, right? The budget schedule?
Yes.
Into that.
Yeah. So if anybody would like to come to the meetings, and we picked a few little pieces of the budget that we could. We talked about our 2-district piece, the part that we share with Hollamont. We're no longer a 3-district in Grove, it's just us and Hollamont. So things like superintendent, the business administrator, the sped director, the facilities maintenance director, all of those, really high-level central office administrative costs that we share with Hollamont. That part of the budget actually has gone down 4%. We talked with the athletic director, and he needed quite a lot, because the same thing, it's like he's got regulations and fees that aren't under his control, that come from the, use the wrong acronym, MIA, that have gone up astronomically. It's like insurance rates. They're just like, now you have to pay this bill. And so we told him very frankly that, yes, we would like to have a women's soccer team. There's enough students that want it, but we may not be able to afford that coach, because you have to keep your budget in line. We can't give the athletics money and take it away from our education. So we're dealing with little pieces as we can. And hopefully early January we'll have the meaty part to work on.
Well, we're hoping that, by the end of, I'd say the middle of March, but certainly by the 1st of April, we need to drive this herd into a corner, at least to give us a rough idea.
Well, the process. According to the regional agreement, we're required to have something in place by the 1st of March. So we'll follow the same process we did. It's on your schedule, where in February we'll have a public hearing. We'll let you guys come and weigh in on where we're at. I'm not going to say that doesn't mean there's not going to be a last-minute change, as we learned last year. But then the week after that, we actually vote. So we will have the numbers for you definite by the end of February as to what we're going to bring forth at the latest.
Thanks for keeping us up to date and all your work. Both of you. All right. David Newell.
I defer to my chairman, Mr. Chairman. I wonder whether...
It said David Newell, you want to talk about vocational transportation.
We do. Should we come to this? Try to come up to
Could we come up, we have some presentation materials that might be helpful.
All right.
Okay. Maybe up to that side.
Yeah, we'll have Mary grab a couple of chairs.
David is going to give the lion's share presentation, but I'd like to just set a little context, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Our Finance Committee has been focusing on the cost of vocational education for the town. And behind the Mohawk district itself, the vocational education expenses represent either the second or the third largest category of expenses, the other large one being the highway program. We believe we've made some progress on this front by getting more data about the cost components of vocational education. This has long been of interest to a lot of citizens who don't quite understand why this big bulk of vocational expenses comes forward. But in undertaking this, as endorsed by the Select Board itself, David Newell has represented our Finance Committee by working with representatives from Plainfield, Hawley, and Charlemont to establish a vocational education advisory committee. These 4 towns, including Ashfield, have worked together with the Mohawk school system, who basically oversees the contracts and transportation issues. And he has as you all know, I think, been diligent in trying to keep us all informed. The Select Board and the Finance Committees have gone along and found more information. Among the factors that affect the increasing costs of vocational education over the years has been transportation. The state gives a small amount of reimbursement for our transportation costs, but very small. It's like 5 or 10%. And so the state has not been entirely helpful in this regard. And we have also found that we think there are some inefficiencies that could be addressed by simply consolidating some of the van routes and so on that are used to transport our students. But most notably, in the most recent set of contract negotiations, the Mohawk system has sent out a bid, or a request for bid. I think some 6 different transportation firms attended the bid conference. And when it came time to submit the bids, only one firm submitted a bid. And this is the same firm that currently has the contracts. And it's going to last for another 5 years. And most disarming to us is that the routes that are those that would be used by Ashfield and these other 3 towns for transportation and vocational education students, the daily cost per student for some of those routes increases in a projected 15 to 63%, which to us seems like a really stiff increase. And maybe, just maybe, attributable to the fact there's only one bidder for this contract. So, what
But
to
there
do about
were
this?
10 at the conference, so the
6.
others,
There were 6.
the other 9 decided not to bid.
The other 5.
The other 5.
Yes, apparently so. I don't know how that may have happened. These things take place, I suppose. But the one current contractor wants to do business again with us, although at a considerably increased cost for us. So what to do about that? And the Finance Committee has discussed this at some length just last week with David, and we think we've got a couple of proposals that merit your attention. And I think to give the detailed background in the proposals themselves, it might be best to turn it over to David, who I think can represent this most effectively. He's been close into it. So I turn it over to you, David.
Thank you, Ted. Before you start, I just want to say that we've got a full agenda, and I'm sure that you've got something that's really detailed that I'd like to hit the high points tonight, but if you could give us the details in print or by email, I think that would be.
I've designed this presentation, Tom, to get the high points and to boil it right down to the money shot. And there are 2 questions for you. I'm not going to get into all of the details, but I'm reading enough information to allow you to give us some sense of indications whether or not we can apply this. 2 points. 1, we'll need your approval. If we get your approval, we'll continue to work on that option. Save us money. 2, the second proposal that I alluded to is, do you have any strong objections? We'd like to hear your views. First thing I'm going to simply do is give you the high point. I'm going to put a copy in front of our clerks, and I will allow a couple copies to circulate. These are copies of the board report. And I'm going to make this, that'll have to circulate around the room. At town meeting, someone wrote, I remember, and I answered the question. I said, what the hell's the bottom line on this? What's both education costing the town? And what's it costing the taxpayers? And in plain English, I said, well, in my former life in the finance committee 10 years ago, it's actually cheaper to the actual taxpayer to educate a little student at either Franklin Tech or Smith. So this report that I'm giving you shows what it's costing on the front page, which says Ashfield, Plainfield, Charlotte, and Holland. That's what it's costing in a careful, detailed study I did per student, what it costs the Ashfield taxpayer to educate a kid. Now, these are fiscal 12 numbers that I use. And you can see Ashfield's around 11,000 and change. The other towns are lower. That's because of, state aid. You turn the sheet over, What's different here is you can see what our tuition costs are, our transportation costs are, when they get right to the money shot. You go about a dozen lines down, it says FY13 net local cost per student. Here we spend money, but unlike Mohawk, we receive state aid, so you have to sugar this off apples to apples, and the bottom line is that it's going out $15,000 to $16,000 a student. That's a big, big, big change between now and back in my former life on the finance committee. A lot of reasons driving this. I'm not going to get sidetracked because I want to get down to the questions that you guys are that we need to put in, and I know you got a lot of meeting. Okay, Ted talked about the fact that we had only one bidder. We put our bids out. We, the vocational advisory committee, revised the specifications, created, I think, solid, innovative bidding strategies to try to keep things under control. Bids did not come well, in my judgment. I'm not going to give you a summation of the bids, but before I do, Mohawk is the awarding authority. Vocational transportation is a component or a piece of that contract. And although Mohawk awards it, and that's the way we want it, we don't want to be the awarding authority, but we don't have school board liability insurance. But the awards are made subject to the advice and consent of the 4 towns who are in this consortium, collectively and individually. The 4 towns are Ashfield, Plainfield, Charlemont, and Hall. What do we have in common? We are all member towns in Mohawk, but we, unlike Buckland and Shelburne and so forth, do not belong to Franklin County. So therefore, we're tuitioning our students, and we as a town alone are responsible for the transportation. Here's how the bids came in. Major disappointment. The board and the circulator. I'll wait until they get in your hand. I'm going to give you a quick walkthrough. I'm going to give you a walkthrough of the dynamics of what those bids were and what I think these bids mean for us, okay? In order to have this make some sense, I'm going to have you look at this map. We have kids that go to 3 vocational schools. In Ashfield, only 2. Here's our 9 towns. Here's Ashfield, and I'm here. Plainfield. Here are the 9 Mohawk towns. Tech is out here in Turner's Falls. Smith is out here in Northampton. And we have a couple of kids in Plainfield going to McCann's out in North Dallas. Now the 4 towns in the consortium are in this yellow zone here. You can see the Charlemont, Paulding, Plainfield, Ashfield. Now in theory, the way we set our specs up is we made major revisions to findings by mileage and so forth. I'm not going to go into the details. But the red routes show that because of the geography, we have to run 2 routes to Tech in theory. What we call the, what do I call it? The West Tech route. Points in Hawley, points in Charlemont, on to Tech. And the other red route is down here, what we call the South Tech route. In theory, kids from Plainfield, we don't have any right now, and Ashfield and on to Tech. Same thing with Smith. We've got 2 routes for Smith School in green. A long Smith School route, which currently starts in Charlemont, has kids in Hawley, picks up kids in Ashfield, and goes on to Smith. And we have a short Smith route, which starts currently in Plainfield, has kids there. We have 1 kid in Ashfield, and we go on to Smith School. Now, right now, I also want to remind you that this is the structure, but the West Tech route doesn't exist. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment. It's there, but it doesn't operate. And I'm going to tell you why it doesn't in a moment. So those are your 4 routes. Okay? Now, let's look at these bids. Now, we're looking at something, that one way or the other, we're dealing with what the actual taxpayers are going to be dealing with. this 5-year contract and costing our town, our taxpayers, hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of the next 5 years. So this is an important decision I'd like you to take a few minutes on. Help us along with this. Let's look at the bid sheet that I just handed, which has print only on one side. Our current rate, there's those 4 routes I just showed you, West Tech, South Tech. West Tech is not operating. And here are the bids. Bids came in as a disappointment. They're uniform, irrespective of the land. It's up to the bidder. We also had another alternate bids where we were hoping to save money by getting reduced bids by transferring our Smith School kids, for example, to the Cummington bus or a Goshen bus to Goshen. I had a taxpayer approach me once who noted that the Ashfield bus, or our van, I should say, that goes to Tech, comes down the hill and follows the Buckland Tech bus all the way to Turner's Falls. The 2 vehicles are right one behind the other, and the Buckland bus is empty, half empty, or 2/3 empty. And why are we paying? But the bidders rejected those alternates. They gave us 0 discount for a transfer. Another logical thing would be to transfer our Ashfield students that are going to Tech. I see at least one Tech student who's been actually very helpful to me, Charles Taylor. We could transfer to the bus at Buckland or Shelton Falls or Montauk or somewhere or to one of the other buses. Again, there was no discount. So here's the facts. These are the only bids. This is it. So percentage of increase, you can see the numbers there ranging from 15 to 63% up. That would be the change from current fiscal year, fiscal 14 to fiscal 15, which will be the first year of operation of this 5-year contract. Okay, those are the numbers. What's a kind of main looking ahead? I've given you a 2-scenario evaluation based on my best estimate. I've been in school administration a long time, managed these vocational programs for 15 years, looking at the numbers and applications I'm seeing. Right now we have 4 kids at Smith, we have 10 at Tech. If I was rattling the dice, I'd say we want to be looking around 17 kids for next year. One of the questions is, can we continue to operate with only vans? This year, right now, we have 10 kids, and we only have a 7-passenger van going to Tech, 10 at Tech. And we've used some creativity this year to keep that under control with some pressure that we might want to put a bus on or add a second van, and we've worked it out. Adding a van is expensive. That's a $40,000 additional expense. So we're controlling things this year. And in fact, this year, right now, we're looking with our budget of $313,000. We're looking, all things being the same, ending the year spending $292, returning to the town $21,000. And that's good accomplishment because our appropriation year before was in the 400s. So we're making good progress. We're saving some money. Okay, now, what would these numbers mean next year? Well, we're looking, if these are the numbers we have to eat, if these are the numbers we have to live with, you see what's in black and white in front of you. Depending on whether we have to upgrade to a bus, and the bus rates are $338, it's $392 for a van. We're going to have a big increase. We're going to have what they call a budget buster in the FY15 budget. Bottom line, look at the sheet, look at the bottom lines. Right now, we're expected to expend $47,000 this year on busing, and as Ted mentioned, only 8% of that is reimbursed. Actual taxpayers carry 92% of that burden. If we can get away with a van for the South Tech route, then our expense goes up 52%. If we're compelled to move to a minivan, our expense is up 85%. Okay, so what do we do? here's our options. Threefold as I see it. One, just accept the bids, walk away, move on down the road. Lick our wounds, and take it from there. Two, rebid. Three, negotiate or look for some options thinking outside of the box. I'm uncomfortable with accepting the bids. I think these bids are unacceptable. And the primary reason they're unacceptable is they had in the specifications, which were driven by Mohawk, a gas adjustment clause that makes no sense whatsoever. That caused the bidders to inflate their bids based on about 75 cents a gallon. Now, we don't have time tonight to get into those micro details, so I'm going to just simply ask you to accept the fact that these numbers are up primarily because of the mechanics of how gas adjustment is set, and it's certainly not in the interest of the town of Ashfield. Option two, rebid. Well, the other thing that's happened politically since our Mohawk bids were awarded 5 years ago, Mohawk, with our vote, was part of the FERCOG consortium for school bus bidding. Mohawk chose, and I think wisely, chose to step out of that and do it independently. The other communities, Greenfield, Shutesbury, Pioneer, Frontier, Textorm, and so forth, their bids were open 3-4 weeks ago. Surprisingly, as I understand it, again, single bidders for this parcel and that parcel, and when the dust settles, everybody has what they had previously. So Travel Cuz, these bids, by the way, are from Travel Cuz, Cosmescus bidding for us out of Gill. They had Greenfield, they're going to remain with Greenfield. It looks like there just wasn't competition, okay? Let's leave it at that. There just wasn't any competition. Now, the good news about the FERCOG bid being awarded is that Travel Cuz has the contract for Franklin Tech. Remember, here in our 9 towns, we have Franklin Tech buses that are buzzing around, transporting the kids from Conway and from Buckland and Shelburne and Heath and Rome and so forth, because those are member towns. Now, unlike Smith, there are no Smith school buses running around in our 9 towns, but there are lots of Franklin Tech buses buzzing around. Let's go back to the options. I'm coming to the end of my presentation. Negotiate. That's option 3. The Vocational Education Advisory Committee, with reps from all 4 towns, have looked. They sent the chairman of the committee, is Charlie Stetson from Holland, former school bus contractor, and me, I'm the clerk of the committee, and as you know, a former school administrator, to meet with Cosmescus. And here's idea number 1 that we came away from. If the bids are inflated because of the problematic gas adjustment clause, and Mohawk, by the way, has now awarded these contracts, so they're done. What if, as many municipalities do, what if the municipalities were to buy the gas? Well, there's several benefits, 3 benefits. 1, you pay as you go rather than pay as the contractor estimates, and they usually estimate high. 2, you avoid the 75-cent markup on gas. And 3, I'm still trying to get this nailed down, when a municipality buys gasoline, they do not pay certain state taxes on their gas. I'm still waiting for the final word from Sandry. But a number of municipalities in Massachusetts arrange for their transportation where the gas is delivered to the municipality, and the municipality gasses it up. Of course, when we talked about this with Travel Cuz, it's going to depend on them adjusting their numbers downward to give us all of what we want. But the bottom line, and this is obviously the part of the proposal that would need your support, would be to allow that to happen. last gas purchase at a base price here in Ashfield on the bill that Mary shared with me at $302.89. There is an exemption on federal gas ethanol and an exemption on Mass USD gas. So we don't pay anything on that because Mesquis pays for it. I'm still trying to get a handle on this. And I'm not asking for a commitment tonight on this. I'm asking, can we go ahead and take a real hard look at this? And we've got to get a wrap on this in a month or so.
So Mohawk has accepted these bids.
That's right.
So nobody's gonna truck these kids but Mesquis. Is that what you're telling me, or?
It's entirely up to the towns. Remember, the award is subject for the vote piece for these 3 or 4 routes. It's subject to our advice and consent. We can reject it, and Mohawk will. If we told Mohawk we want to rebid it, for example, Mohawk would have to rebid it on our behalf.
You outlined 4 routes, but you're saying there's really only 3.
There's 3 right now. Could be 4 next year. And I'm going to talk to you about that strange 4th route in a moment, because that's the other proposal.
If I went between the vans and the minibus,
Yeah.
and I just picked $300 because it's simple to multiply,
All right.
and I multiplied that by 4 routes for 5 years, that's $1 million.
Yeah.
1.1. 1.08 million.
Round numbers are in the ballpark.
What's stopping, I'm just throwing mud at the wall to see if it sticks. What would stop our 4 towns from buying a couple of buses and operating them ourselves? You don't
Frankly, too small an operation to make it worth it. Economy of scale isn't going to work with us. Because remember, we're going to need insurance, and there's nothing dicier than school transportation insurance, and we're going to be buying a policy for only 3 or 4 vehicles.
But what it does do is it fills a void that you mentioned, that there was no competition.
In my years as business manager, we did experiment with that. That was back when we had 7 different school organizations, and one of them did just that, the town of Plainfield, the Plainfield School Department. It was a lot of work, and frankly, there wasn't much in the way of savings.
Okay.
You get involved in reimbursement on depreciation, but again, the bottom line is, Mohawk, I don't know if Emily's still here, I'm sure she is, Mohawk reimbursement on regional transportation is what, 45, 50, 55%?
I thought it was 60. Oh,
I think it's closer to 50, wouldn't you say?
I think it was 54% last year.
See, for vocational, it's 8%. So, we own this a lot heavier. And then the reimbursement, when you choose to run the municipal operation, is depreciated over a 5-year basis, so you're going to get 2% back on your initial outlay for the stock. And that's a problem.
Well, my personal opinion is anything to cut costs if you could negotiate this tax business, but I just threw in $12. If it saved every bus $12 a day at the end of 5 years on 4 routes, it would only amount to about $8,600.
Good point. If you guys are ready to come out, now let me also be very frank and talk politically. That working with our committee has been very good, and our towns are working very well. But it's a little bit, Tom, like herding cats. And I'm getting the cats to get herded in that direction. We're having a hard enough time pulling this stuff together. I think that would put me out on the road a lot with putting Hollow School in Holly. I'm making an awful hard sell. I don't know if we can pull that off.
It would be $8,600 a year on 4 routes. If it's say $12 in tax on each one, it would be $43,200 over 5 years.
Well, again, I think the more practical thing, I see the potential savings for the 4 towns around $6,000 to $7,000 a year on gas, and then I have Plan B that I want to talk to you about, but they haven't mentioned it yet. But I want to take this one step further and say that I went to talk with Tom Poisson about it, which obviously would be responsible. I understand how we operate with our gas. We have a key system logged into the computer. We have a 1,000 gallon tank for regular gas, 2,000 on diesel. The buses, if we used a minibus, we might use diesel. Tom and I talked about it. I asked him what he sees as the primary downside, and a little bit more paperwork. He also sees that, I think we agree that the primary downside, I want to be blunt with you, would be, right now, diesel, as you know, is managed on a bid. The volume on gasoline is low enough where he's using quotes, which is what I used to do as a business manager back in Mohawk. But with the volume that we would use, I'll tell you exactly what that is, would require Tom to bid gasoline. Well, he also mentioned we'd be buying gas. And interestingly, he mentioned the 3 operating routes, the Short Smith, the Long Smith, and the South Tech, all go by the highway department. They go right by. So it's not like anybody's going out of the way.
So what you'd like from us is a go-getter?
Is this something that the board would support? Because if the answer is yes, we're going to continue our negotiations with Kosmeskis and try to come up with a satisfactory adjusted rate off of the bids, bring the rates down, where instead of paying a total rate that includes gas that's inflated, that will pay for our gas as we go. It's really that simple.
Call that.
And then there's a second question for you, and then I'm done. But let's take the first one first.
If we were gassing up in Ashfield, when you talk with Kosmeskis, is there any impact on the travel time, versus Kosmeskis probably gasses up before the bus leaves, but maybe they
Or
could
at the
control
end of the
that by doing it off
You know,
the travel time for students.
they have to do it when the students are not on the board.
Okay. That answers my question.
What's this clause that's in the contract, the 75% or cent clause that you're talking about?
Well, that's not in the contract. That's what I learned from the bidder.
Oh,
That's what I asked her. Her name is Darlene Kosmeskis. She's the CEO. And when Charlie Stetson and I went down, I said, I remember your presentation at the bidders conference. You said that we're going to get socked if there isn't a rational gas adjustment clause. And I asked her directly, I said, because of the way the clause is set up, what, it was bold, it was very bold of me to ask this, but I asked it nonetheless, And I said, how much did you jack the bid? How did you cover yourself? Put yourself in the bidder's shoes. If you're looking at an unstable Mideast and you have an adjustment clause that's really only going to allow you to recover a fraction of gas cost if gas rockets up, what would you do? Would you say, oh, I'm going to go on a multi-million-dollar contract, I'm going to assume, I'm certain that gas is going to remain level for 5 years. That's the way you're going to cover your ass.
so I mean, my question to you was, do we take on the liability then? I mean, yes, we have the savings today if we eliminate that clause so that if we renegotiate, as you're saying, and we're taking on the liability ourselves. If all of a sudden gas prices...
Economic liability.
That's what I mean, economic liability. So, how do you feel about that? I mean, the potential is there to expose the town, right?
Well,
and they're just recovering a fraction, you say, of the potential harm that could come down the road. So, which obviously you think is better to live for the moment and strike the deal based on today's prices.
Well, Ron, look at it this way. Let's say gas levels, we lose.
Right.
If gas goes down, we lose.
Right.
If gas goes up, say it goes up $1, well then, we sort of win because we'll just be paying what we should be paying. Do you follow my logic? In other words, we're going to start out with year 1 even though gas prices are going to be down, the rate is fixed by contract, we're paying as though gas is high. So the way it's set up right now is per bid, we're sort of like, we're automatically cruising.
Would you do anything for the potential increase? Would you start setting aside, would you, I mean, you know what I'm saying, set up a fund or something? I know it sounds a little crazy.
Yeah, well, I want to be entirely frank with you. I'm looking for the big slip that has the gas information here somewhere. What's going to happen is we're going to end up in the same boat that we are with the police department, the fire department, highway department. If gas goes up, we have to pay more. If gas goes down, we're going to pay less. But at least we're going to pay. If gas went way down, we're going to lose. If gas went way up, what would happen is what happened with this last contract, and that is that the contractor will default when first due.
I think probably what would actually happen is that gas will have times when it will go way down, and it'll be the weeks that we don't need to buy anything school bus. But either way, we're not in too terrible a position either way.
And then this isn't going to be the end of the world because we're looking at around upwards of 6,000 gallons a year to run these vehicles. And also bear in mind that we're not paying for all of this. For example, on the Long Smith route, we're only going to pay for a third. We're going to be billing Charlemont for a part of this gas. So we're not carrying this burden all by ourselves. We're going to be sharing the gas costs, the same apportionment ratios as we're currently sharing the contract.
Well, if this moves forward, we're going to want Tommy to bill the school department quicker than he bills the police department. It seems like twice a year there's a big adjustment that happens on the gas line.
With gas being the issue, is there any rationale why the contract bids were for 5 years? I mean, if you did 3, maybe other people might have participated, but looking at a 5-year window of an unknown was probably not comfortable for many bus firms.
But I think the bus firms generally, Paulette, prefer longer-term contracts and spread things out. There's greater risk, you're right. There's greater risk when you start looking at the biggest risk. There are 3 major costs for school busing. The rolling stock in your facility, number 1. Number 2 is labor, and number 3 is gas. And the one that's the greater wild card in terms of fluctuations is gasoline. I mean, as we all know.
What's the second question you want answered?
Okay.
Before we answer the first.
It's totally unrelated, so I suggest you answer the first one.
It's totally unrelated.
Totally
You're not going to
I'm not going to
throw one on.
I'm not going to throw one on. It's an entirely different question.
Well, I don't see myself any problem with giving the authority to go and negotiate. I mean, it doesn't mean that we're going to sign the contract, but in good faith to negotiate it and find what our best position is, I don't think it would be prudent not to. So I'll make a motion that we authorize the Boat Transportation Committee and our representative, Mr. Newell, and Poppy's on that committee too, to negotiate on our behalf to see if we can't get some better rates.
In order for this, there's 2 pieces for this to work. One is the support from the town of Ashfield, and if this other route goes, we need similar support from the town of Charlemont. If that route goes.
Right, there's a lot of problems to this for.
And we need to be able to bring travel cuz to the map and give us a fair rate. I want to see us recover all of that 75 cents and so forth. So those 2 pieces in place, we can substantially reduce our transportation expense.
I just heard a second. I just heard a second to that. Any other discussion at all? Any? No? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. You can feel empowered now, above and beyond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You got a short question.
I have a
We can
second.
give you a short answer to it.
Okay. Let me tell you the second part, I'm not asking you for permission. I'm asking you.
Forgiveness?
I always do that. Then again, our Father Harrison. But I am asking you for comment and any reaction. I want to go back to our audience here, to our friends. And for years now, we've had this schematic of what you could call 4 routes. 2 to Tech, 2 to Smith, one going one side, one going the other. And right from the get-go, we gave the first 4, I said, the northern or western Tech route doesn't offer. Does that mean we're going to have the students up there? Well, we do. We have students over the years from Pauley, West Pauley, and numerous students in Charlemont. But we don't put a ban on. They're in the consortium with us. So how is it that the Charlemont kids, and when we have Pauley kids going to Tech, how do they get to school? Well, we have some kids driving. What happens is we have a Tech bus that, there's several Tech buses. We have a Tech bus that's in Buckland and there's parts of Shelburne. There's a Tech bus that comes out of Rome. And that Tech bus goes through Charlemont. And the town of Charlemont has, for years, said the best way to do this is we need some help from the parents and the Charlemont kids going to Tech are told to get themselves to any number of possible pickup points along Route 2 or Avery Brook Road or other roads where the Tech buses go. Remember, the Tech buses serve the Tech district towns, but they happen to pass through Charlemont. Now, state law, we were clean to be on this. State law says you're supposed to, not have a kid go further than 1 mile to the school bus stop from the tent. Assumption being you don't want them to walk more than a mile. Since 1980s, this is how Charlemont is handled it, even though a kid from Zoar, say, might be 4 miles from the closest bus stop. And what the parents have done is they cooperate, they work it out together, sort of like even busing for the Academy of Charlemont, or private schools or whatever, and it works. Now this year, when we started up trying to make everything work, keep the number of vehicles down, I ended up talking with a number of parents in Ashfield on this and other routing issues, where we had more kids than we had seats. And the thing that amazed me was the amount of cooperation and willingness to help. So that we had, for most of this year, we just made a change. We had a child up on the lake, Buckland Road. And Smeskis, to their credit, said, we've got seats and our bus goes right by LaBelle's, and if the parent would be willing, and I called and asked them, I said, we kind of got a jam, and the response of the parent was, whatever I could do to help the town, gee whiz, I'm going to work anyway. Let me bring my child down to the Franklin Tech bus down at LaBelle's on the town line. We got another somewhat related issue, Mary will know about this, and I think Poppy, where there was a complicated story involving whether we were going to have to pay for the seat for the child in Cape Street. And I talked to the parent, and they said, well, look it, we're not going to be making use of the bus, and we don't want Ashfield to pay anything for it. And what can we do to help? And I said, well, we would like a letter waiving your rights to public transportation. He said, I'm on my way right now. And that letter was in my, he said, what can I do to help the town contend with this
David,
problems?
what's the question?
I would like to explore this further through the aegis of the Finance Committee. I would like to engage later this year with an invitational conference to discuss this problem and see whether or not we can, I think we can get the help we need from our contractor. Perhaps we could even get the contractor to run the bus from the Bells up to Neighbors and down. Or can we work something out to avoid an 85% increase in our transportation? Would our parents be willing players in following what I call, could we implement the Charlemont model? That's just thinking outside of the box. This is kind of a small town response. Yep, doesn't conform with the law per se. But then again, it's being done throughout Massachusetts in most communities that have what we call non-operating school departments, like we do for both. It's been a successful practice that has saved Charlemont hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. Can we explore it? Again, I'm not asking you for permission. I'm inclined to
So
say
this
we
is
should.
actually, this is actually,
I'm saying that's where I think we want to go with this, and I'm just looking for your comments.
I just want to be clear, you're not asking as part of the four-town consortium as much as just Ashfield doing it on its own.
Good point. Very, very receptive, and that's right. This affects Ashfield and Ashfield only.
My concern would be to the extent people participate, but it wouldn't be required, so that if a student wanted to go to school A or B, the ability to be at a certain place didn't determine which school they had to go to.
Well, let me come back on, you're actually touching on a very important point, Paula, because we have an obligation to provide vocational transportation. Let's take a, let me create a hypothetical person for you. That person wanted a voc education, let's say cosmetology, and was offered at both Smith and is offered at Tech. Let's say that this, you have to run them to Neighbors or Bells, became a wrinkle in that family's lifestyle. We can still offer that student a program in cosmetology and pick them up at the doorstep if that's a critical issue, provided they accept the go to Smith. We're not obligated to send them to the school of their choice. We're obligated to give them vocational education.
Unless it's
Well-
the program.
As a practical point, what you're missing is the first year they go to Tech, they don't know what they're going to major in. They get a taste of everything.
True.
And then they pick that program.
Practically speaking, the only thing we're talking about is agriculture here, and that's where Smith has, that's where that, the
So
program.
if you're asking them to get back to your second short question, is should we ask for community participation to help us cut costs?
That's it in a nutshell. Can we explore it? I'd like to explore it. I think we would be remiss if we didn't at least
It would
have
probably,
a conversation with our parents.
it seems to me two things. That, you know, we ask for that from folks anyway, in different levels, you know, just the same as we ask them to sort out their recyclables when they go to the dump. Huge savings to the town.
Yeah.
I am thinking that we can't get much feedback from trying to garner that until we have an idea of what the savings may or may not be. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that somehow, and I don't know if I can put my finger on it, but I feel that we're crossing that line between transportation responsibilities and school committee responsibilities.
We are the school committee. That's the problem. That goes back to what we discussed earlier. We are. This is the responsibility of the Ashfield School Department. And we are the finance committee until we kind of untangle this. We are the school committee.
I personally think your second question is an excellent question that should be tabled until we have some idea how the negotiations go and how that type of cooperation would affect the bottom line costs.
I can accept that, but I want them both.
I would like to leave you with something to make you come back again.
As long as you have no objection for us to continue to further researching, looking at it, dialoguing, conversing, getting input, getting thoughts. And I mean, if people are going to react strongly, negatively to it, that's fine. I respect and recognize the fact that we've got certain obligations, some are defined by law. But I look with envy upon what's worked very successfully in Charlemont. And I'm taking a look at the 80,000 expense for this one vehicle.
Oh,
That's an awful lot of money.
You have any thoughts on that?
Only the same as where I started from, is I wouldn't want any family to feel that they had to pick one school or the other based on that, or that everybody's participating but me, but, you know, I have to leave at 5 in the morning to get to work, so I can't get my student to where you want them at 6:30, and that somehow I'm not doing my part. It has to be sort of a volunteer participation.
It's got to work for everybody.
And for those for whom it doesn't work, then I guess we have to do the busing.
And there's other creative things we can utilize, such as parent reimbursement. Town of Coleraine has a student going to Smith School. They resolved it by reimbursing the parent the mileage rate.
Do you have anything to
Yeah,
add?
two short
Let's
questions.
exclude them.
Did this cost per student on the Mohawk district include, not the VOTEC, the cost per student on the non-VOTEC? Did it include the new transportation costs?
This is the
The comparative analysis.
That's just Mohawk, that's fiscal 12, that included transportation, that's all expense for education per student.
But not the new bid.
No.
This is a
Which went up
historic-
The
significantly.
purpose of that first study, Ron, was to fundamentally point out to you that, oh my gosh, there's a big difference now between Voc and academic being Mohawk. That Mohawk's around 11,000 a year, and Voc is 15,000, 16,000 a year, and that's a lot of slippage in 8 years.
But what I'm trying to understand is the 16,000 includes your new bid, correct?
Oh, no, that's going to inflate from here. We're going to be probably looking at numbers closer to 20.
Okay. The second question I have is, do you have any knowledge of what the tuition per student is in like Buckland? What are the costs?
What they pay
What they
to
pay
go to
per
tech.
student? Yeah.
That's,
I once did, I don't currently now. I'm going to guess it's now, again, I may be misspeaking. 8 years ago when we looked at that, there was no incentive for us to join Franklin Tech, and I don't think there is any incentive now, particularly with the buy-in costs. But I'm going to guess that Buckland per student may be getting it a little cheaper than we are.
Just a little cheaper.
That's a guess.
whatever their agreement is.
Yeah, and again, they're going to have the same varying numbers, just like on Mohawk, you know, like Charlemont, 7,000 or 8,000 per kid, and Ashfield was 11. You're going to see the same numbers vary for the tech, because again, we're dealing with the equalization of state aid through the assessment process.
Okay, David. You got half of
So, we
it.
got
I think
green
you got
flag
the big
on one,
half.
green flag on one,
We were split
and we
between-
understand we're going to continue exploring this.
No, absolutely.
And we will be back for another conversation.
And certainly appreciate you doing that.
Thank you for your patience. I know this took time, it's important. Great. Every 5 years, we'll be coming back to you, in between, you won't hear much from us. So you only see us every 5 years like this.
That's good.
Okay.
Thanks.
You got Ken
Yes, sir.
and David?
Yep.
Unless you gotta rush home for something. There's, once we get through some of these appointments, that maybe there'll be a topic that I'll wanna hit on.
Sure.
That I would appreciate it if you want to hang around.
That's fine.
Dancing with the Stars is not. All right. Chief,
Well,
you're next.
thank you. Want to talk about personnel issues first?
Whatever.
All right.
You're You're the victim.
I'm the victim. Okay. Well, probably the worst kept secret in the world is mine here tonight. I have a letter for all of you. And basically what this is sorry to report that I have to tender my resignation as chief of police effective January 3rd of 2014. I've secured a job offer and accepted it in my local community back in Enfield. And
Nothing like serving, what, 120 miles a day or something?
something like that. Yeah, I mean, it was basically when I received the offer, and it was pretty much a no-brainer. And, you know, I really have mixed feelings doing this. I made a commitment to the town 3 years ago. I was hoping that this could be a longer-term arrangement, as the letter indicates, but, you know, circumstances being what they are, and operating from the point of reality, you know, in a small town such as this, I just didn't feel financially we could get together and really make this work in a long-term arrangement. So, you know, best interest of my family, feel it necessary to do this, and my family comes first. And always has, always will.
Amen to that.
Yeah. So, just to try and get some of my quality of life back, led me to this decision. And I think it's been no secret that I've been looking for a little while, but when this whole thing came together in the last few weeks, it was just basically too good to pass on. So the letter pretty much explains to all of you guys my reasons for doing this. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or concerns.
Well, I'm looking down, you said that, see, I haven't.
I will say that.
I glanced over it. There's something in here that you would be willing on a very part-time basis, I believe it says, to consulting type thing?
Absolutely. I'd be willing to help out. I know we're coming up on budget time, very hectic time of the year, and really out of the interest of maintaining my loyalty to the town, I just feel it's important for me to make myself available to help out with things such as that, transition as far as, you know, payroll and things of that nature until everything's up to speed. But definitely willing to do that. You know, we can talk about some kind of compensation arrangement to facilitate that if you guys are interested. But really out of the interest of making this as smooth as possible, I just think it's important to offer that. Much to my wife's chagrin, I made that offer. So.
Okay. What could you share with us as far as, not to break the law and talk about something we shouldn't, you know, I don't want to get into a lot of personnel stuff, but how do you feel the department is fixed as far as manpower on staff?
Well, obviously, it would be necessary for somebody to be in charge. I have a very more than capable second in command, Diane Corporal Wilder, who I have complete confidence in that she could run the ship until whatever decision is made as far as the future course of the department. My own personal feeling is I think that Diane is more than capable of actually taking over the department on a permanent basis if that situation was to present itself. About the only shortcoming I can say Diane has is she's not a whiz on a computer, but neither was I. You know, I taught myself. But I mean, as far as the program I put in place as far as community policing, community outreach, she's done all of that. You know, the stuff that crews we're running right now, that was Diane's baby. I mentioned it 3 years ago, and she took off with it, or 2 years ago. So I just mentioned it, next thing I knew, we had posters and phone calls and everything else. So she really brought into the whole community outreach, and I mean,
She
really.
had to be standing out in front of neighbors as long as she did on Saturday, as cold as it was.
And you want to hear it? She actually texted me and asked me if it was okay if she left. And I said, I'm not out there freezing, you are, so if you can be done, you can be done. But-
No, I sounded, I was enjoying a cup of coffee, and I said, it must be cold.
But this is the type of thing I'm talking about, and, you know, obviously, police work involves a lot more than that, but when I took this position, one of the concerns that was expressed to me was the fact that the department seemed to be more oriented towards enforcement and giving out tickets and putting out 100 miles a day and things of that nature. So one of the first things I did, especially after we had our community survey, is we found out that the residents really wanted the community programs. And Diane has really embraced that, as have the other officers. She goes over to Sanderson on a regular basis and you know, shows herself over there. So I think she really has epitomized what I was trying to institute when I came here.
I guess my question was, in the short term, that we need at least one more reserve officer?
I would recommend that because the administrative duties that Diane would have to do in the interim, if that's the direction we go, is, you know, that would take some time, her patrol time off the road. So, you know, we try to identify somebody looking to come on board as a reserve. And it would be the same thing. It would be no increase in hours. It would just be to fill hours that we're already doing. So there would be no increase in costs whatsoever to the department's budget.
Paulette?
In 2010, they brought Wayne Sampson out, and this is not specifically about Diane, but he was from, I think, the Mass Chiefs Association. And he was very specific about making sure that the town had a chief that had been through the full-time academy. In my opinion, that is still true. I would support Diane if she wanted to go in that direction, you know, said she was interested in it. And that's how John Cotton came to be the acting chief for that period of time while the town decided what it wanted to do for the chief. And I believe firmly that that is still perhaps a good option to do, and have someone that was full-time academy trained, part-time, which means you wouldn't probably need another reserve officer, or you may if it was John and he called upon Diane to be of extra assistance to him. I think that is still something this town should do. I think in the past, there's plenty of history to indicate that that's a good direction for the town to go, to have somebody full-time academy trained. So that would be my preference for the town.
Yeah. Well, I guess my remarks were really thinking pretty short term as to, you know, make it look as seamless as we can until we come up with a bigger master plan. And that's really what you're saying.
A short term would be to make a call and ask him if he's available to fill in the void. And you've got Chief Droney, perhaps call upon you as least as possible, in terms of offering extra time, but between the two of them, they can probably work something out. And obviously, either the town or this board has to decide whether they're going to go for something, what it is we want the next year.
Ron?
In your letter, you talk about the full-time academy, and you mentioned that there are other towns that have chiefs that aren't full-time. Enlighten me, I don't know about.
Okay, basically, Franklin County is kind of unique in Massachusetts. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to anybody. But currently, the chief in New Salem, Warwick, Royal Conway, Heath, Leiden, Charlemont, and Royalton, Royalston, are all chiefs who have not been to the full-time academy. Chief Lamette Conway, who I think anybody who knows him can agree is a very good administrator, has not been to the full-time academy. And Conway, size-wise, is, you know, similar to us as far as the size of the community and size of the department. So I think, and I know Wayne Sampson, he's a very, very smart individual. We we actually had a chance to talk about a year ago about the situation here in Ashfield. And my own opinion is that given what the town had gone through prior to my arrival, it was probably a good idea at the time to go in that direction. I agree with that analysis that Mr. Sampson had at the time. But with that being said, I think given the fact that there are a number of departments in Franklin County, some smaller, some about the same size as Ashfield, that I don't think you would be doing a disservice to the community by going with somebody who has not necessarily been supporting that. It's my opinion.
Yeah, I think our discussion, I mean, these are all good questions and good positions, I guess, to have. I just don't think those are things that we're going to solve tonight. But we got the chief here, we get his opinion on a few of them. I think that's great. In the meantime, is there a definition or a real working difference between an acting chief and an officer in charge?
My feeling is
From your experience, or do you know?
Yeah, I mean, there is. There's a certain more, I hate to use the term protection, but that's the only word I can come up with. Because Ashfield is a strong chief town, having somebody in the capacity of an acting chief would transfer that strong chief capability to the person that's in charge. And I just think from the standpoint of chain of command and things of that nature, I think the title of acting chief or whatever probably we tend to hold a little more weight, not only with the officers of the department, but also the community as well. And I think that given the fact, I mean, and this is once again my opinion, is given the fact that in this case Diane has done what I feel is a tremendous job in her capacity as second in command, I think she deserves a chance to get a test drive or whatever you want to call it, as the acting chief. I think she deserves that, and I think the town would be well served by doing that. But obviously, ultimately, it's up to you three up there to decide how you wish to proceed. I agree
So
that
they
I don't
pay us
think.
the big bucks for, chief.
What's that?
That's what they pay us the big bucks for.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, but, with that being said, I also appreciate the fact that you don't need to rush into anything here. Things are running great. Diane knows exactly how I operate, how I do things. On the phone call away, I've told her that if anything comes up that she's not sure of, she's got me on text. You know what I mean? So, and like I said, I'm willing to come up on, a weeknight or as long as it's not snowing, or a weekend or something. If I have to sit down with her, we can go through some things we're going to. I have a station meeting with my officers this coming Friday, and we're going to talk about things. I'm hoping there may be some kind of an idea which direction we're going to go in by then. But obviously, if there isn't, we'll just deal with it. So, but in the meantime, I've got 3 weeks.
So we're covered between now and New Year's anyway.
Yeah, well, January 3rd, technically January 5th, but January 6th, and then, you start in a new position. But I think, as I said, I think the department's in good shape. I'm in the process right now, going through our policies to make sure we're okay there. I think we are. We took care of the major ones over the last couple of years.
We updated some just a month ago.
Yeah, we've updated a few. So I think we're in pretty good shape. I'm just going to tear through some of the old ones and make sure there's nothing that leaves us swallowing. I don't think there is. So, but I'll just make sure of that. So that's kind of where we're at.
Talking to him about as far as his resignation at this point.
I'm disappointed. Sorry to leave it.
Yeah, like I said, it's mixed, very mixed feelings, but, I understand the financial situation of a small town. And, I hope when I came up here, maybe we could work that a little bit, but, the reality of the situation, just, saw it wasn't going to work the way I hoped it would. So, like I said before, it comes out of my family, I had to do what's best for them. So, it's a really good opportunity. It's a brand new position with this company. And, basically I've been told the sky's the limit, so it's a good chance for me. So.
Well,
Congratulations.
sorry, yeah.
Congratulations to you.
No, I think it's great.
Probably had years to my
I think it will add years to your car. Right? How long a drive is it going to be to your new job?
3 minutes.
Yeah. May not be quite far enough.
Don't think I have not thought about that.
I do think that the days of Ashfield, having a chief that becomes chief and spends their entire career here is something that's just not, the town can't support that, I don't believe. I don't know. The town meeting certainly hasn't shown that it has that type of need.
Sure.
Right? It comes up with a little lack of support, but, it's actually a need. And I really think that maybe our mission in life is to be a good stepping stone for police chiefs to move up to other positions. And I think that's all right. I think it's okay to accept that, if anybody would share that opinion.
I mean, the fear I have in doing something or going outside is you could get somebody in that unravels everything we've done for years. I don't think we want to go back to, I still remember when I was being interviewed for this position, people were telling me they were afraid of the police in this town, and that should never be the case. I don't care if you're in Springfield or Holyoke or Ashfield or Buckland or wherever. You should never be afraid of the police. And that was one thing that we did right away, is we said we're gonna turn things around. We're gonna get the confidence of the town back in this police department. I think we've done that.
Ron, you have anything else?
Thank you.
Is there a motion to accept?
Oh, yeah, sure, so moved. I'll make the motion to accept Chief Johnny's letter dated December 16th. Resignation. With regret.
With regret. I'll second that. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, now let's talk about parking issues. This sounds like a lot more fun.
Yeah, we were upstairs with the girls last week, a couple weeks ago, and we were just discussing and it's something I've noticed in a long time, the very, very limited parking in the town hall. And as we were talking today, and I never even thought of this before, the other issue we have is if there's a fire, the fire department has to respond to their station. There's no place for these guys to park, to come in and take the apparatus out. So I just was wondering if there's any possibility, being naive to the whole common thing here, if there's any room to expand our parking.
Normally, when someone prefaces a question by how naive they are, it means that they really aren't.
Well, I've heard rumors, so it would just be nice, and obviously not next week, for the town to develop some kind of a long-term plan to increase the parking, either in the back of the town hall or something, because it is problematic. And we've had our cruisers blocked in on occasion for people, coming into a business in the town hall, which they have, they need to do. So we're just looking out not only for the employees upstairs here at the town hall, we're also looking out for the fire department as well as the residents who come in and conduct business at the town hall. Oftentimes they have to park over by Elmer's or park down by the church. And, just as a matter of convenience, just trying to make things a little bit easier for everybody. So if you guys could maybe take that into consideration at some point in time, I'm sure the ladies upstairs would appreciate it as well as the citizens. sure we don't get our cart dinged.
I was just adding up the costs of different things here. Last week, Ron talked about maybe $77,000 just to study the dam around the lake. School committee's talking about $12,000 to take care of the preschoolers.
Just throw some gravel down.
And then, well, I was wondering how much a study would be to put a parking garage in. We're adding up numbers.
Parking garage?
Yeah.
That might be a few bucks.
But I think the parking is an issue that, my personal opinion is, it is an issue, but it's like way down on mine. With so many other things that we're trying to
Sure,
shut.
I understand it. You know,
And this certainly is.
I said I'd address it, so I've done my job.
Well, I think I've had some people have ideas about revisiting the parking area all along Main Street. As far as maybe, one proposal I heard was to take the north side of Main Street and really not have any breakdown lane there at all, eliminate that and make it wider on the south side, so everybody would park on the south side. As much as we try to get people to all park on one side,
The road is not designed for parking on both
it's
sides.
not.
The way the lines
It's
are.
hardly designed to park on one side,
It's close, it's actually closer.
but,
When they came through the Greenway, I actually talked to them a little bit about that. Asked them to take a look at whether that was plausible. Supposedly stays on that. Of course, we have to go through the road.
I thought this parking issue would be something like somebody was plowing snow or somebody else parked.
Oh,
Nothing like
that'll be
that.
coming soon. That's next. Did you want to discuss that correspondence or that I got? The open meeting?
Oh, yeah.
that whole line?
Well, why don't you go ahead and discuss that?
Yeah, I received an email the other day from Suzanne Corbett. This is the same thing that we've been dealing with for a while. She actually attached a public document request to it, along with the email itself, which mentioned the issue with Aaron Kirshner over at the Ashfield house. And I've answered that particular question, I believe, 3 times, as far as the correspondence that was sent to the state. So I answered her on that. As far as this document here requesting, this has to do with the DUNS number. You guys are familiar with this, right? That the health department used. The DUNS number in question was one that was created by me when I applied for bulletproof vest grant for myself and Corporal Wilder. Unbeknownst to me at the time, we already had, I think, 4 or 5 DUNS numbers that other people had requested. So I guess the insinuation was that this number was fraudulently obtained, which it wasn't. It was basically an error on my behalf in applying for the grant with another DUNS number. So I think Laura Blakesley took it upon herself to go in and she got rid of some of these DUNS numbers, which were all duplicates of, the town apparently only requires 1. So basically, she's asking me to look for some documents related to this DUNS number. I started looking, can't find it. I did answer her, told her it took me several weeks, hopefully before January 3rd, that I can get her this information. So we're working on it. So I just want to make you guys aware of it. I've got a copy if you want. Jerry has a copy of the documents.
Your answer, what I'm hearing you say is you're answering everything that
Yeah,
you can answer.
Right. And I told her that it'd be several weeks to respond to her request. As of right now, I cannot find what she's looking for. I think some of it may have been falling into the black hole when we moved from up here to downstairs. And I don't know. So we may have to dig into the crawl space under the stairs and see if we can find it there. But we did respond to the request, so as we're obligated to do. So I just want to make sure.
I would hope you don't spend your last 3 weeks working on that. If there's something that needs to be sent off to town council, I would certainly think that
All right. Like I said-
That's an avenue that can be used if you've exhausted everything else that you feel is reasonable.
Yeah, and I spent about an hour or two the other day trying to find what she was looking for and wasn't able to, so I'll spend another hour or so looking for it. If I keep it for walls, I can't afford to lose any more hair back in my head for the walls.
Do we have a copy of that letter? I haven't
Do
seen
you
it.
have, did you get
I've seen
Is it part of our file here?
Well, it's got to be part of the document list, right?
Thank you.
Mary, you have a copy of the report for
Your answer?
Yeah.
I didn't make a copy,
Okay.
but I do have a copy which I could get.
Yeah, Mary also has a copy of the email, my response to her on the other,
Have a copy of some of that? All right. Doug, the only other thing, Chief, is thanks for getting that grant for the in-car camera. Make professional photographers out of us all, right?
Yeah, we're trying to work with a couple of vendors right now to get in under what we're looking for.
Last week, the chief had announced that he got a grant through MIA for $4,820 for an in-car camera for the cruiser.
Yes. And the purpose of that is it's twofold. Basically, it documents any time the officer either stops a car or activates the emergency lights, which is a liability issue for the town if somebody makes a claim of excessive speed or something like that. And then there's also the issue it protects the officers in the event they're accused of rudeness or racial profiling or something of that nature. So it documents, it can't be erased by anybody. It's a permanent record. So
Is it a video camera?
it's a video. And there's a couple different ones, a couple of different versions we're looking at. One actually downloads to a hard drive and through a flash drive, and the other one is like a DVR. So.
Do you feel the amount of the grant will cover the cost?
Oh yeah,
Good, that's great.
we should be in good shape. There was
100% grants, we love to get.
100% grants are great, and it was thank you to them for approving it for us. It came under their risk management grant. We missed out on it last year, but we got it on time this year. So that was a nice little going away for us.
That was neat. All right, we're going to let you go.
Thank you, sir.
Because I told Doug Mollison, you get here and we'll take care of it. This is dragged on.
We'll learn it, we'll learn it.
Dave Newell had a couple of short questions for us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So Highland Ambulance.
Tonight we have with us, of course, Pat Thayer is representative on Highland Board as I am, and Spencer Tim is also a representative from Chesterfield, but he's also our vice president. We're in the process of looking for new homes and things. So I'm, if it's all right, going to let Spence talk. He's much more adept at talking than I am.
Spencer, I'm Tom Carter.
Tom Carter, Paul Lucart, and Ron Kohler.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having us in. For the last 9 years, we've been your ambulance of choice, and we've been developing our program to the point where we're now an ALS program, which advanced life support. It's the way paramedics going out on calls, and I think you hopefully are happy with the response time and the service. During that period of time, we've been living in the Goshen Fire Station. And that has been our home. In effect, what has happened is we've taken over the Goshen Fire Station and made it more difficult for Goshen to function within their own fire station. We're now in a position to perhaps put up our own facility and have made a bid on land in Goshen. It's about a 2.5 acre piece that's on Route 9 in Goshen, which is still the most central location for us relative to the towns we serve. And would enable us to get out of Occupy. It's like Occupy Boston, but Occupy Goshen. They've been very gracious to let us stay all this time, but we feel we've gotten to the point where we need to have our own facility. And so we'd like to put up a steel building on a 2-acre parcel. We have cost guesstimates. We have a good shot at the land. The land is basically ours. There's an outstanding lien on the property, which was a mistake. It was actually misidentified for an adjoining piece of property from a bank that went out of business a dozen years ago or so. But we should have that cleared up in a week or two. And then we will hold this 2-acre property. But before we go ahead with any sort of construction, because that would involve an assessment to each of our member towns, we see you guys basically as our shareholders. We thought it would be appropriate to come to you and tell you what we're trying to do and see what your feelings were relative to it. In the understanding, with the understanding, excuse me, that we would be doing this with each of the participating towns. So that's what we're here for.
So you have property lined up.
We do. We do.
Do you have funding to get there, or?
We have enough to get the property. In fact, one of the things I can tell you is that our board has committed to putting up between $35,000 and $40,000 towards the construction of this facility from the individual members of the board, and that would easily take care of the property. So we know it'll okay relative to the property. The rest of the cost would be associated with construction.
We're looking at best guess of about a $500,000 endeavor here. Hopefully we will be shortly starting a fund drive to raise money. We're hoping to raise 100,000, chair of this, hoping to raise 100,000 of that in that fashion, and then that would leave about 400,000 to be raised among the towns. So we have, I actually have, I'm sorry, I didn't bring a copy to you guys.
Remind me how many towns?
So six towns.
And here is, it would be a per capita assessment. So we had two scenarios there, a 15-year or a 20-year. And we're figuring 3.75% on that. And we also built in a 15% contingency on that 500,000, knowing the costs.
And the cost is based on non-prevailing wage. In other words, it's not a public construction project.
Right.
If it were, we've been told we would be looking at $800,000 to $1 million.
And we have spoken to, I mean, this is not just a wild guess, we've spoken to architects, we've spoken to contractors. And,
We're trying to do as much of this as possible with in-kind services.
Yes.
And architecturally, we're looking at a person that may drill a well for us for minimum cost. All of these things we're trying to do as inexpensive as possible without coming back to the towns. Ashfield and Williamsburg are the biggest users of Highland Ambulance, percentage-wise, and our populations are more than Chesterfield, Goshen, Cummington, and Plainfield. So one of the biggest reasons that it's not a problem yet, but we're staffing people around the clock in-house. And Goshen's fire station was never intended for anybody to stay overnight in it. And so in this building, we would have, facility for a crew to stay overnight and be comfortable. Not too comfortable.
Yeah, not too comfortable. No excess built in here whatsoever.
No, it's a bare bones facility. We're looking at a conference room to do our trainings on, so we don't have to, find space to train our EMTs. The state would love to have us have a facility that we could actually run an EMT course. One of the things that's happening now, and this is why we're there, is the volunteerism is not there anymore. Years ago, I've been looking back in records for the town history, and back in the 80s, we had 27, 28 EMTs here in Ashfield. And when we gave it up 8 years ago, we were down to 4. And nobody has the time.
That's right. Just as a quickie sideline, I'm 71, I'm still in the fire department in Chesterfield, and I've been to at least 3 fires this year where there was nobody there under 64 years of age. We're all suffering that issue.
So what we have to do is keep filling the pipeline with the basic EMTs.
Which we train.
Which we would train.
We have a course going on right now.
And then hopefully they will stay around and become paramedics.
So I'm just checking my knowledge a little bit, but the Highland Ambulance is a regional agreement, just like the regional school district would be a regional.
Except we're a private provider,
We're
not a
private.
public provider. We're 501c3 unto ourselves.
When we created it as a private entity, and we do an assessment, per capita assessment to each of the towns,
Annually.
ambulance assessment. And
Well, with this big a capital project,
we also
would
have,
that still be,
yes, it would still be
would
under
still
that.
stand as a 50?
Yeah. We
Because
have,
I'm thinking for us to give the nod that we would have to pass a debt exclusion to pay our portion.
of course, these are numbers that we're not sure of yet until we actually can go out to bid and get a firm bid on what it's gonna cost us. So we shot where we feel comfortable, a level that we feel comfortable. You know, I would hope that we could come in less than that. But it would be stupid for us to come in and say, oh, we can do it for 400,000 and find out it's gonna be 500,000. So, you know, we're looking at the top.
So there's an agreement between the town of
Yes.
Ashfield and Highland Ambulance
Yes.
that probably if we wanted to leave, we'd have to give you a
A
year's
year's
notice.
Yeah.
Year's notice. And you would really want to think awful long and hard about whether Ashfield could ever run an ambulance service again.
That's not what I'm getting at.
No, I understand that, Tom.
I'm trying to figure out how to finance our portion of it.
So are we.
We do have a capital account. I mean, the last ambulance we bought, Ashfield separated out into two articles, I believe. One for capital and one for the assessment. And I believe that's the way we've done it. So it would be your assessment and then the capital. We were lucky. We had an ambulance, brand new ambulance donated to us. And if we could find somebody to donate a building, we wouldn't be sitting here.
We're gonna try.
We're gonna try.
Well, you know, but what I'm saying is that we'll have to
Oh, we
be
understand.
working close on this,
Yeah.
in my mind, because nobody's gonna lend you the money unless the towns have committed to pay,
Right.
Yeah,
right?
basically.
Right.
Are there any possibilities of adding additional towns? So
No.
it becomes more
This
than
is a
6?
huge geographic area to be covering with basically two ambulances. One in-house, one crew in-house and one crew on call. So our call times would be considerably
huge.
lengthened. And, the whole idea of paramedic response is that you get to them right away, that golden first little bit. And if we had, already sometimes our response times are 20 minutes to some of the farther places that we go to. In bad weather, you can add time on that. So it's imperative that we keep our response time.
We have been asked.
minimum.
We haven't asked, and we've turned it down. What we think is happening in the region, everybody's experiencing the lack of volunteers. So regional organizations are starting to proliferate. The Hilltown is another ambulance service that covers Worthington, Huntington, and Otis, and Nottingham Town. So,
Got that out of the way back at
there's another one going in to Deerfield.
Yeah, Deerfield, Whately, Sunderland
Sunderland.
are starting.
That's a small geographic area.
That's
with
a small
tremendous
population.
population.
And
Right.
very big numbers.
And they're starting up, their starting figures are $750,000 is their starting operating cost. And we're way below that, and we're running paramedic 18/7. During the night, we don't have a paramedic on, but we have a full crew on. Some nights we do have a paramedic on.
What's the timeline?
We're moving forward as, inch at a time, if you will. If we secure the land, our hope is to clear the land, through volunteers or whatever, and get it sited, get permitting and things done, and then at that point, as we go along, we're gonna try to get more firm figures, drawings from an architect that's pretty much not quite doing pro bono, but pretty darn close to it, so that we have something very concrete to go with. And we have talked with a contractor from Shelburne and walked a lot with them, and I think we feel very comfortable that they could do the best job for the least money. But we'll have to follow through on all these things and see what utilities are gonna cost to get into the
So
site.
hope time is by next town meeting,
Yeah.
the
By,
coming town meeting,
That we'll
in
have,
May,
in May, to have a decision to proceed.
and
and
more,
have a budget.
yeah, more than
We
likely.
will have that.
Yeah.
We will have that well in advance of that. We have an architect working on it right now to try and come up with an accurate cost basis.
Are there a number of calls that you can tell that you can service with the equipment you have and the people you have? And at what point do you need more people and another vehicle
Well,
to still support these things?
That's a multi-level question. And we all have mutual aid agreements, much as the fire departments do. So we have one with Hilltown, we have one with Northampton, we have one with Berkshire. We support each other all the time. So as currently staffed and with the current demand load that we have in terms of the number of calls, we're adequately staffed, always right on the edge. And the need is to constantly find paramedics and EMTs. Most of our paramedics are folks who have full-time jobs elsewhere as paramedics and are giving us a shift or a couple of shifts a week or a month to help us fill in. We don't have the financial wherewithal to hire full-time anybody. In fact, one of the things I would admit to you is we were paying just what we were paying 9 years ago when we started. Our pay scale is exactly the same. Now, of note is that, and I think it's because of the quality of our service head, we have no trouble finding people to work, unlike many of the other regional services around us. They do want to work for us, and they're willing to work for less money than they can get elsewhere. How long we can keep that going and keep Mike happy?
Yeah.
I don't know, but we're trying. We've tried to run this absolute bare bones. There's no fluff in here whatsoever, and we think we're still providing a high level of service. By the way, relative to our financial condition, we have better than broken even every year, and our neighbors to the south have not had that experience. We've run clean, our audits are clean year after year after year. We're running a quality organization, but we're always right on the edge. It's a Hilltown service.
One of the things
That's
that
the way a lot of these hill towns run, I think.
That's the only way we're going to survive.
We wouldn't know if we were comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I tell them every month when we have our meeting is that I can see the printing on the sheet, and I tell Kit, our president, if there's red at the bottom, I can see the red, and I don't want to see it, and we have not.
You
been
haven't
in
seen
red.
that either.
I have not seen the red. in
What does it cost on an annual basis to use the Goshen? Have they charged any?
They charge us a percentage of their expenses. So it's a percentage of their electric bill, a percentage of, we have to pump out the septic system a couple times, they do it once. We share the operating cost, but there's no real allocation of overhead or cap expense.
Have they thought at all about just building a new fire department
Yes.
for themselves and?
Or getting a bay or something. Yeah, we've talked about all those options, and Sue's, the chief in Goshen, has simply said, we went into this expecting that at some point you would leave.
This was to be a temporary arrangement.
We looked into building onto that building.
Yeah, couldn't do it.
And because of wetlands and everything else, their septic system there is a tight tank. Was never designed to have the load on it that it's got, so it has to be pumped quite frequently. The water system is they bring in the drinking water. You know, it's the...
Have they ever looked into a solar aquatic?
I don't see anything on that right now. So what we're looking for, I think, basically is to tell you that we're moving forward with this and hopefully with your blessing, and that we will be coming back regularly to keep you informed and you know.
Well, it looks to me like out of 6 towns, we carry about 22% of the burden.
Right.
Which isn't out of the way. It's just, if it was something you were gonna get after as far as getting funding and so forth, there's no way we can commit to it
We
unless
understand.
town meeting
No, we understand.
commits to the debt.
No, this is, we owe you the obligation. We have an obligation to you. You're a shareholder. We want you to know what's going on.
I personally, I'd hate to be the one to hold you up. You know, but by missing,
And we've
doing it
had,
correctly the first time.
we've had good fortune, I think this is considered good fortune, in that many of the more prosperous members of each of our member communities have used our facility to go to the local hospitals. And we have had initial discussions with a few folks about, and I think we may be fairly successful in raising private funds to make this happen.
I'm glad I'm not so prosperous.
Part of the reason I was asking you what you thought out in the future, and I'm not proposing that you need a building big enough for 10 ambulances, but
No.
if you really thought in 15 years or 10 years out, you might need an extra ambulance, I presume you're taking that into mind when you're...
We build in the plan, you know, one of the biggest problems, well, there are two major problems with running an ambulance service. One is that the state feels obligated every year to increase the cost of our operation by saying you must have this piece of equipment, you must have this piece of equipment. And interestingly, all medical equipment starts seemingly at $25,000 and goes up.
And they're all unfunded mandates.
And they're all unfunded mandates. So we're constantly being pressed to come up with new equipment. The other is that on the reimbursement side, we are running into a perfect storm. Private insurance has always paid us pretty much what it costs to put a fully allocated crew out to pick someone up and take them to the hospital. Medicare pays a little bit less than that. Medicaid pays about 40% of that, of what it costs us to take someone to the hospital, and that's the growth area in public insurance. Romney the state Commonwealth Care Program, up until the end of this year, has paid us virtually nothing to carry people, which is one of their ways of controlling costs. It's Obamacare that forces the state to actually put ambulance service into policies that were on the Commonwealth Care. So we will now be getting funded at the 30 to 40% level at the state funds, which
Instead of
is zero.
Zero.
So we're dealing with a lot of issues. We're dealing with aging populations, some of which you were discussing when you talked about the school, and we're dealing with reimbursement rates that are in continuous decline. So it's a tough business to run.
Go ahead.
In quick answer to you, Paul, and I think what you're reaching for there, the building that we're proposing is, I guess I'd call it an add-on building. These metal buildings, you can, you can put bay after bay after bay. It's not something that's
We don't need to build it now.
brick and mortar, and we don't need to build it now because 5 years from now, if we need another bay,
You can deal with it then.
it could be done. I mean,
This is a
the
two-bay
reason.
building.
Yeah, this is the reason for building, a metal building and going that route and not a brick and mortar.
Any preliminary percentages on just your operating budget that we've been working with? Any idea what assessments would be
For this next year.
The coming year?
I mean, you haven't had time to
No,
work on it.
not yet, but it's not going to be significantly different.
It is going to increase some,
A little bit.
but not much. This is what we've tried to do over the years to keep it at a minimum. Some things that we've had to do to, remain adequately staffed is that now we're paying people, as I said, pretty much all night long. And believe it or not, this last week, I think two times anyways, they came to Ashfield during the middle of the night. So our run numbers are rough for the town of Ashfield.
Thank you.
It's the busiest town afterwards.
Well, when we went into it 9 years ago, when Francis and Bernie Forgy and I started talking, ours were the higher well, no, they weren't, Goshen was a higher because they were covering Chesterfield, Goshen, and Williamsburg, but for individual towns, we were the highest, you know. And I would hate to go back.
No. Well, we appreciate you coming in and bringing
Thank
us
you very
up to
much.
date. Did you have anything else, Ron?
Just, you'll be ready for the budget season?
Yes, sir.
With this
Yeah,
proposal?
and
Yes,
we'll
sir.
update you as we stepwise up to that.
When we get a firm look at a print that we can come show you, you know, show you how simple we're keeping it, if you will, and more figures and things. We won't always bring Spence with us because he's awful hard to catch sometimes, but Patty or myself or both of us will be in to, you know, keep you abreast of what's happening and how we're moving forward and whatever, you know, whatever we need to.
Well, we appreciate the grants that you guys have gotten in the past for your ambulance last year.
Not a grant, we had someone walk in and
Gift.
offer us an
Oh, I
ambulance.
meant gift. And I do know that the demographics in Ashfield is going to be a big shift to over 60
Yeah.
in the next 5 years or so. So thank you for what you do.
We thank you. Thanks for
We
having us.
thank you for your support. You know, without the support of this town and all the six towns, it wouldn't have worked. If there's nothing else, then we'll.
No.
Thank you for,
Thank you.
thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
It was fun to listen to.
All right. AJ? MJ, I'm sorry. Yes, MJ. I didn't. You were on the schedule and then you were off the schedule, and so now I see it penciled in on the bottom, MJ.
We spoke this afternoon, and she said she would like to come over.
We were gonna
It's
handle it under mail, weren't we? or-
No, we're gonna handle it under old business, a disaster recovery.
Oh, okay. So,
Mary, will you get them to hand out the resolution?
I didn't get that.
Which one's one?
Let me see.
The updated budget.
No, I didn't get that. I'm looking right at the meeting.
Ted, are you moving or are you leaving? Just moving? All right, it's 20 minutes after 9. Lay it on us.
Well, I was hoping tonight to have the cover sheet for you to sign, so you could submit to the state the grant application for the disaster recovery piece, the one that Ron put in the letter, I did back in August. They requested $356,000 plus admin costs. The state awarded me $375,000, that was to include the admin costs. I met with Tom Poisson last Thursday.
I saw him shortly after. He was very excited.
So we took his numbers, put them into our budget format, and what you have here is a reworked budget that I just wanted to walk you through. It makes no changes from what Tom had submitted to us. The little place that there's a little differential between, that we need to talk about is the difference between the admin costs that are available through the grant and the actual cost for HRA administrative program. So I'm here tonight to ask if you would consider making an allocation out of your housing rehab revolving loan program to cover the additional cost for us to administer the grant.
We can do that?
What? How much is that?
That would be
The 4,000?
about $4,926.
Is there really left in that account?
Yes, there's
I thought it was
$34,450.
Yeah, it's like 30 something.
30. I was thinking $35,000 is what was left in it.
Yeah, there's 34,000. I just checked it this afternoon, it's 34,400.
That's the what we call grant program income.
Oh,
Program.
this is your revolving fund, the revolving fund that's.
That resides in my agency, but is held in trust and for use nationally.
Right.
So that's not our GPI.
No, that's right.
I thought more than that was loaned out because there was such a backlog of people that were when we signed.
There was, but I
There was
thought there
such a
was
backlog.
30-something thousand.
But Because it was only like 54,000 or something.
Did that, could be true.
Done the same thing?
It is the same fund. We actually went through everybody that was on the waiting list. We dealt with all the emergencies. We're now in the process of working with the town to do a grant application for additional grant-sourced housing rehab money for the town for next year. But all the emergencies on the list have been addressed. And there's $34,450 in there as I check this afternoon.
So $5,000, $49,000. And that's to cover the gap between the administration, I mean, FEMA pays for some administration.
The FEMA's paying for your gravel.
Our road
gravel,
resurfacing.
And FEMA's paying for some of it. We deducted that off the cost of the project. The admin money is the cost of our infrastructure coordinator, who's under, working closely with town to make sure that the RFPs for both the engineering and the contractor are done properly according to state procurement requirements, monitoring the project, to make sure that the wage levels are made like the contractors do on the paperwork.
Just making sure that all the paperwork's in line.
All the paperwork, and Bruce is out working to help Tom in terms of monitoring.
With bids and making sure they're in legal format and everything. So we don't have to be taxing that
So
ourselves.
we'll have, right, so I'm just counting how many agencies that we're taking care of here when we're doing this project. I mean, you got the town of Ashfield, you got FEMA, and you got MEMA, and now we got,
DHD
and
HRA.
NHRA, so, you know, it ought to be a well-managed project to get that piece of dirt road done with 5 agencies being.
The 33,440, et cetera, is that a percentage of some other number?
No, those are funds that are back in the housing rehab revolving loan fund account for mortgages that were paid off of properties that were sold in Ashfield that had previously assisted with housing rehabilitation. So we've worked with the town over a number of years and had housing rehab programs.
So this number here, I was interpreting that as a cost.
It is, you're right. I was talking, it's very similar to the amount that's in housing rehab.
Right. I realize that.
That is the total cost of HRA, doing both the program administration and the grant administration.
And those are usually a percentage, a flat percentage type thing, as opposed to somebody actually had to sit there and calculate how many hours.
We actually had Bruce sit down and calculate how many hours.
He calculated how many hours.
Is it 10% usually of as an add-on or something like that?
For construction type things, yes, it's usually around
Okay.
10%. The CDBG grants are a little more complicated, so when we do the big grant, we can actually get 30% of the grant. But this is a special, very specific focus one. And so we're able to accomplish it.
So just to reiterate, Tom, I don't know how close you are to this, but we went for this grant, 357 or so, and we said in the cost section of it that administration was in addition, because we knew these guys were going to be administering it, but we didn't want it to compete with the construction costs. So they got those funds through their avenue, which is totally separate from ours, you know. But there was still a shortfall of $4,000, and they're taking it out of that revolving fund. I think that's great. Anything to get that road.
Somewhere between 7 and 9% is the administration cost, which.
For an infrastructure project, with federal funds, it's pretty easy.
Isn't it 10? I mean, it's 33, oh, it's 33 total. And there was a $5,000 gap, no shortfall. Is that how to interpret that, or is it 33 plus the 5?
If CDBG would fully fund the shortfall.
Right.
They would be giving us $379,926, but they're only awarding us $375,000. So the shortfall is $4,926.
What would be the total administration cost?
Total administration cost would be $33,000.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, so it's about 8.5%.
And the confusion is that other number was 34,000.
Yes.
450 to 300.
Right, the funding source that we've identified and are asking if you would make an allocation out of is another fund that we hold for the town of Ashfield. The housing rehab involving loan home, which you can use for other eligible CDBG eligible activities. We're asking for an approval to transfer $4,926 out of that to use towards supporting the administrative costs of doing this.
The selectmen can do that without going to town meeting.
Just one question. The money that's in the housing rehab, the 34,000, if, let's say, 20,000 of it were loaned out to somebody for something to do with their house, eventually that comes back.
Yes.
Whereas this amount will go out and won't come back.
Yes, this will go out and will come back. The other point is that when, the way the grants are written right now, the loans, if there's a housing rehab case here in Ashfield, if someone needs $10,000 with loan, they get a $10,000 loan, they stay in the house more than 15 years, they only owe $5,000 of that back. Half of it's forgiven over a 15-year period, so there is a diminishing return. Thank you.
So in approving this, would we hear from someone that we got this grant at some point? This is part of your paperwork to the state, right?
My understanding is that you have the $375,000, we just have to provide adequate documentation to support the application.
And is there something that we would receive back if we wanted to do a press release on this or something, just be conservative on the fact that we did get this?
Sure. We need to put this into the grant system.
Yeah.
I need to print out a paper that I need to put this budget in first before I can print out the paper that you need to sign. So I'm going to be back on December 30th with that for you to sign. We send that into the state, and the state makes an award letter to you specifically about the $375,000.
Okay.
And then that's when this happens.
So when do you think that'll happen?
They said they had the contracts back, so as soon as we get it into the system and they review it and approve it, I would expect early January.
Great.
That's what I would.
Where we are right now, it's green light, green light, green light.
Yes.
Yes, all right, that's what I want to make sure. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. What's the name of the revolving fund again?
HRRL, Housing Rehab.
Here, can you come over here a little bit? I got this thing competing in my ear. What is it?
Housing Rehab Revolving Loan Fund, HRRLF.
Okay. So I made the motion that we allow,
Or
authorize the funding gap of the Smith Road grant of $4,926 to come from the HRRLF fund, or it is, yeah.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous. If all you have for us is a form,
I will not come here.
don't just email it and
You send it to Mary.
and we'll
I
send
know,
it
but
back.
I'm curious why you can.
And do you,
That close to
was
the
that
end
in
of the
what
year.
you emailed
Yeah.
today? Do you want me to go quickly
No,
check?
no, we'll figure it out, but.
I checked just before coming in.
We are going to be moving forward on the CDBG fiscal year 14 grant application.
Right,
So
different.
a different,
yeah, right.
so I will be here on that issue.
The 30th.
Great.
Okay.
And that would be the one where actually it potentially would include additional monies for the housing kind of rehab.
Yes, for housing, you say that's fine.
And while I have you, just one last question. Mary, did you talk to her about potential costs associated with the need for space
We did talk about
in the town
town,
hall?
we did talk about town hall.
A very specific exclusion of
Oh,
community development
fine.
block rent is.
Thought we'd ask.
Except that we were doing barrier removal, architectural barrier removal, we could do that, but we cannot do municipal space.
Barrier.
Barrier, architectural.
First time you said it, I thought it was burial.
Barrier,
Barrier.
An example?
steps,
Stairs,
stairs,
ramps.
How about walls?
We'll go out.
Hurdles.
Good night, thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm gonna jump around just a bit. It was an idea that kind of flew through my head a little bit, and that's why I asked Ted, and you're probably anxious to get home. Just because I know that Brian's going to be speaking on the technology committee, and he's going to be here, and Wick is always here all night, so that's all right, he can wait. But I was, 2 weeks ago, I had kind of talked about how we were going to start on budget and that sort of thing. And we need to send out a letter to the department heads and so forth to get all the horses pulling on the same set of shafts, so to speak. And I'd like some input on what the flavor of that should be. You know, are we going to tell everybody that we're in a real poverty situation, or should we be asking department heads, what do you feel it is going to cost? What's it going to take to run your department to supply the service that's required? You know, there's a couple of different ways to go at it, so I certainly Paulette, if you've got, and Ron, but I thought...
You're talking specifically about that clause that says a 2% increase or whatever.
I mean, does that need to be in there? I mean, what do we, how's a good way to handle it? Sometimes it's good to handle it a little different.
True, but the one that seemed to work, at least from my viewpoint, the last couple of years, was basically it said level funded, but then tell us what you need specifically, as opposed to, oh, I just want 2% more in my budget, and I'll figure that out later, so that we knew where it was going, or what part of the department needed some, you know, look at the fire department was hoses, they're all leaking, whatever. So that you know exactly where it's going. I mean, we've had some things this evening that show us where some money will be going, potentially.
Yeah.
So that made it clear to understand where you've been.
See, I think some department heads, you know, committee chairs or committees come with money and they say, well, you said level funded, so we just put level funded. And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I mean, we get through the budget and I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of extra money, but I'm the eternal pessimist anyway.
Maybe we need to word it differently than what we're looking for them to elaborate on that they need in addition to, that as opposed to just a wish list, something that is paramount to their functioning next year.
Ted, do you have any ideas? I know the finance committee, didn't you meet, we met last week?
Right, we did not discuss it at that time. I think it would be disingenuous for us to claim that we are up against it financially, because the truth is, if I understand our figures correctly, I just read our annual report for the year and reported that we have over $400,000 in our stabilization account currently. Free cash most recently stood at around $322,000, which puts us, I think, in a fairly solid position financially. That is easily between 5 and 15%, which is often used as a yardstick. The combination of those two figures is comfortably within a 5 to 15% range of our general fund budget, which is around $4 million. So my sense is that everybody should be able to see clearly that we've got resources which work. The challenge is to kind of convey to people that you want them to give us good ideas for the future of their respective departments and committees that don't break the bank, but are kind of realistic in kind of strategically suitable priorities for them, so that if you were to offer some guidance along the lines of, this is a year when we can accept some small, modest increases in budget, provided you give us good rationale for where you want the priorities to be. I would worry a lot less about what people are doing within their budget, because I think you've got department heads who are kind of responsible for this apportionment, and worry a lot less about I'll go to the police budget as an example. They have one category called the police department, which covers ammunition and uniforms and reserve officers and all kinds of stuff. I think the police chief or the people responsible for that budget are far better able than the finance committee or the select board for that matter to apportion what happens within there. But within that, you might say we can allow some small expansion to take place. You figure out where the priorities are. So I think I'd avoid this year saying level funded, because that's been kind of the mantra, kind of uniformly disregarded year after year. And get to the point of saying, we want you to think carefully about where you would allocate any kind of increase that we might be able to afford this year. I suggest that, this could be, a range of 2 or 3%, maybe for the department, I don't know. Not across the board, but I think there are some areas that we really need to kind of fund and have them help get stuff done that they haven't been able to do for some time.
Ron, what are your thoughts?
Sounds like he's got some wording he's working on. I'd suggest that maybe Ted draft it up, but...
I knew this was not going to be a good night.
No, but I liked your choice of words.
Yeah, I Paulette point she just made to me was with big eyes saying, let the finance committee send the letter. I think one of the things that if we give them a wide berth, it still has to convey that the select board needs to prioritize these things.
Yes.
People,
Yes.
if you got 14 department heads, there'll be 14 budgets, and somebody's got to choose.
Right.
And somebody's got to deny.
And you got to be ready for that. You got to say, we're going to knock stuff out of the box if it just seems excessive, and we're going to make some judgments.
I'm concerned that the tax rate, as we heard here a couple of weeks ago, is going up. And let me sound crazy by saying, what if we were looking to keep less money from going out in order to take into account the taxpayer?
Oh, I think that's a very real thing.
I mean, because
We're getting
to the point where who's going to be able to afford to live in town, let alone go to the school, call the ambulance, or anything for that matter. I mean, the numbers,
I think the first thing we're going to hear about when the tax bills go out is the rate. Not necessarily the bill. I mean, if the rate goes up 10%, your assessment goes down 5%, well, it's only a 5% increase, right? Right. I mean, if your valuation goes down, right, your rate's got to go up. I mean,
It's got to get paid.
it's got to get paid. It's not. I've never paid a rate. I've always had to pay a bill.
Well, and you might want to incorporate that in your letter to the various heads of departments to suggest that part of our priority this year would be seeing if we can return something to the taxpayer. And simply say that's going to be a priority. We tend, I think, over time, to figure out on the left-hand side of that final page all the things that allow us to raise taxes, raise revenues. And then we figure out, well, how are we going to spend all those revenues? Maybe the answer this year is, yeah, that's all the revenue you can raise, but then some portion of that's going to be preserved for returning to the taxpayer. Wouldn't that be nice?
sounds like a goal to present.
I mean, the problem is you're going to have a lot of things coming down the pipe. We've got the capital budget, which we in the past have, wrangled over, and there's always capital projects coming our way, from the highway department, the police department, the fire department, equipment that's got to be purchased. We've just heard there's going to be an apportionment that's going to be coming from the ambulance service. You don't want to go into the business, I think, of buying buses or minivans to kind of afford vocational education. I would warn you off on that myself. I think David would as well. But we in the Finance Committee, just the other night, have passed a motion that will come to you in the form of discussions over the budget where we think it's appropriate for the town, for example, to set aside some money into a special stabilization account or reserve account of some kind that has to do with OPEB, which are other post-employment benefits. The auditors have flagged the fact that we have an outstanding liability, actuarially determined, mind you, it's not due tomorrow, but some, I think it's in the order of $500,000 or $600,000, which at some point is likely going to have to be paid up to account for largely healthcare related benefits for post-employment benefits for employees of the town. And the prudent thing to do, I believe, is to start to set aside some monies. How much? It could be $10,000, it could be 20, it could be 35.
That all adds up to a lot of money over a course of years.
Right.
I mean, look at all the money that we had set aside, putting only a few $1,000s relatively aside year over year for restoring the park.
Correct. Correct. So you've got all these different competing things that are coming our way. If you put one more out in front saying this, we want to do something for the taxpayer, well, that's another one. So now you've got quite a list of things.
Well, that's what we got to spend February and March, and most of April arguing over. Because you can't do it all. You can't have capital expenditures to keep the town running.
Right.
You can't build your stabilization and free cash and lower the tax rate.
Right.
It's just not going to happen.
Right.
And pay for the school and maybe fund a $77,000 study for the Ashfield Lake Dam and $12,000 for the preschool and $50,000 increase in the school budget at a minimum.
What does the next year look like if the free cash was zero?
Pretty bleak to me.
Oh, you mean if we didn't get any more free cash certified?
Well,
Or we
we
run it down
keep
to
tightening things up really nicely, and we kept getting a little tighter, so the free cash we got this year, the better we get at this, I see that diminishing. Now, I took a quick leap from this year to zero the next year, but suppose it's really little.
Most of our free cash in previous years has come from budgeting conservatively for school transportation.
Mhm.
for the bus trips.
Yeah.
We're starting to wring that out of the system.
We've run it
Well,
out.
Create a better budget.
And I remember when I sat there, and you sat here one year, and I watched everybody painfully trying to put together a budget where nickels and dimes were critical. I mean, I remember watching that process, and it was painful.
We're only a couple of big snowstorms away from that.
Or
No,
another,
I'm telling you, that could happen.
or another budget student that we didn't budget for.
Two big snowstorms and a dump truck going over the bank.
So if you really had zero free
Not a
cash,
grader, just a dump truck.
so if you really had zero free cash, all you have left to work with that year is the increase you're getting out of the tax rate? I mean, what do you have?
And I guess I have a hard time understanding where you're going with it. I mean, your free cash, you would spend it down to zero.
No, suppose there was, they do their process and they tell you, you got $10,000 free cash. As opposed to we got $338,000, $324,000.
That would make the next year very difficult when we're historically taking $100,000 to $250,000 out of free cash to fund our operating budget.
Right, and all I'm saying is it's like looking down the tunnel, there's a train with a light at it. I see it coming this way because we keep making that better and better to where that's going to keep diminishing, and maybe not as quickly as I'm worried in 1 year. But
I think
it's going to get tighter and
I
tighter.
think a big part of it is how taxes come with overlay and so forth, how big your overlay is, and when that gets washed into free cash. There's a lot, there's so many parts that go to that. I told you we weren't gonna have much free cash this year. You and David were taking, right? You were pretty sure we were gonna have quite a bit.
You want a draft letter to look at?
Sure. If you would do that, that'd be a big help.
Sure.
Thank you.
How's it like this letter out? Soon? A week?
I'd like us to approve it so we can send it out right after the new year.
Perfect.
So if we have it for the 30th.
You'll have it within a week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. All right, now we'll get back to the agenda. Let's see if we can't clear one side of the room at a time. Ted's trying to make his way out.
Hey, sit back, hold on.
Gonna go home and throw another log on the fire?
I wish I had a lot of strong. I'm asking for advice, not a vote tonight. In fact, I do not want to vote tonight. I would be very sorry to get one. Because I think this all needs some thought. In the first place, the Council on Aging is too darn small. Right now it's me because two people have not been able to keep it. How do we advertise? I'm not an advertiser. I need some guidance there, either from the select board or individuals on it, because I need public support.
You need somebody more than you.
And somebody who's going to do something. I mean, I've had a couple of people that said they would. When you really look at it, yeah, they're going to come once in every 5, 6 meetings. Sorry, that's not a help. Do we make calls? Do we use the local paper? Any other suggestions? I listen. Because I've run out. I've talked to a lot of individual people and we have no response.
Who can we get a hold? Who's writing for the Ashfield News? They can get something so there's an article in the Ashfield News.
I'm not a good person for writing.
No. Like somebody's there. I don't think Rob's going to jump on it.
No, Rob is not going to jump on it, believe me. I can tell you that. If Marcia Klein was still available, she'd be ideal. She's good at it, and she doesn't mind engaging. Right, but she's not available. So
Is Big Whitney still doing any nothing for them?
No. She may do some, but she's pretty good at it.
as I said, food for thought. I want to get onto the van. There are 3 problems with the van. Driver, where it is, drivers, where it is, and access to where it is. Access is 2 parts. I can't shovel it out. Once the fire department opens up their sites, I can't get the van out. I've talked to Tom. He's willing to come down if I can give him some notice. That doesn't always work. 2, the door that opens that is a 2-man door. If I'm in real good shape, I can open it alone. If I'm not, I can't. And I know I can still lift 200 pounds. So I'm not exactly the weakest guy in the block. The other side of it is we are going to need a better place, obviously, or we've got to do something about the door or the plowing on a more regular basis.
I'm not concerned about your driving the van. That's not a concern of mine at all. But I am concerned about the town's liability, your liability, and God knows how many laws and regulations that govern that.
Right. Well, there are. And that's where I get to the next part, if you read down a little bit. Driver requirements. Right now, the only requirement that I'm familiar with that the town has set, note my choice of words, is because our insurance says they must be residents of the town of Ashfield. I believe, and the other towns that have drivers and private drivers required to take a Cory check and a driver's check. I fly to the town to get a Cory check proof. Police can no longer do it for anybody but a peace officer, period. Don't even question it. I've been through it. I spent a year. We made multiple phone calls. Diane made many. The previous chief and the current chief made many. And they cannot do it for me. Clearances. Who applies for them? That's the Cory check and the driver's check. I recommend that somebody check into whether a town employee, other than the police, can do it for the volunteer organizations. My reasoning is very simple. I can be cleared to do it. I already know that. But I have no place to properly store those, and they are very private records. What do you turn them down or accept it? Two, I want guidance, and I will need guidance from the town on what requirements. How long does their record have to be, for example, on a driver, we call tickets. Is it forever from driving? Is it 20 years ago? All of those things need consideration. I have a volunteer who's going to help me write a different approach to this, and I will come back to the select board with that. Training. If we were told we could get it at FRTA, so I applied. Guess what? They have to do it with our van and they won't, because we own it.
Because we what?
We own it, town. It's not their van. So they were full. They couldn't. You know, I stopped applying for it. I know that I can drive it. I've driven similar vehicles all my life. I have a zero record. And as far as a Cory check, you know, I had a 45 years of personal protection license. Believe me, I've been checked a heck of a lot tighter than Cory. I also used to have a federal firearms license, so I know, you know, I'm not worried about it. But for other drivers and the liability of the town, I need guidance. I don't think you can do that tonight. My last sentence is, please take these questions under advisement, and no answers tonight. But I need action on it. I want that van moving. I will not commit to driving until I have some other drivers on a regular basis. I had an opportunity to drive for Tuesday, now Wednesday, because the thing has been off, and I'm not qualified to take a wheelchair. I can get them in there, but I'm not qualified to tie it down. I don't feel comfortable, particularly with our older van, which ties them down differently than the newer ones. I hope to get the current person at the senior center to go over that with me. I have acquired a wheelchair that we use for him to show me exactly how. I do use a lift. I can get people that are not able to get up the steps in, but I cannot or do not feel comfortable. Wayne Dyer needs a ride, and they're going to have to.
It shouldn't be all your job.
Thank you.
Senior center, not that I'm looking for an answer, but if the senior center itself can offer any
They cannot offer
input on
training
this?
directly. They're under contract to FRTA, and they're restricted on what they can do.
In terms of verbal education, just to
I've had
awareness
some
about
from them,
things?
and I'm working to get some more, and I can pass it on. That's not a problem.
Oh, okay.
But once I get it, but they are restricted. They cannot give me a Cory check because I'm not an employee of them. They cannot give me a driver's check because I'm not an employee of them. It's as simple as that, and it's true.
We need to be creative.
Well, I think we can be creative as we want. I'm afraid that the time is coming when every dollar that we put into that van is going down a rat hole because we don't have anybody to drive it. I mean, to cover all the bases that need to be covered, First, that's one of the things that isn't that one of the big things that we talked about on this next grant application is transportation?
Yes.
But you also need to set requirements. It's not just a simple payment.
I really believe that we knew and we asked that the registry of police wouldn't let anybody in our organization drive that. I believe that you would need a CDL livery license to drive
No, it
that.
does not, I checked on that.
Have you? Okay. I can't believe that they
If
would leave
we get a new
whole
van,
Today.
excuse me, I can answer that correctly. As long as we have this van, this size, there are no vans made like that, and the next size up, you're right.
The next size up would be right.
And which is the only thing you can get. Once this is dead, I think you've got anywhere between 3 and 4 years we can use this van with reasonable expense to keep it up. But let's get some drivers and get it on the road. It doesn't help it to sit.
Now, as far as not having any members, I really kind of think that you could get the award for running the most efficient committee in town.
Maybe I get an award when I'm getting older.
The cost, if the van was available and somebody was able to drive it, how much use would it get? I mean, that's from what you see. I mean, would
In
there
the
be
first place, we should be running a shopping trip once a week. How many we would get is going to vary because that's an advertised measure. Let me finish, please. That would be number one. 2, we used to do some entertainment trips. If we had the driver situation, we probably would do that. That would be Christmas, Easter, things like that. But we should be doing once a week. I would have started originally asked and offered it to the Pikes. I would still take and do that for her if she stays in town as a starter because they know the people. There's plenty of people out there that need it. Jean Kais, Mrs. Rice, I just said it, the Pikes, just for starters. Some of them have occasional help through their family, but it really, there's a need there.
Are there 10 people that you can think of? And you don't need to name them, I'm just saying, is it 10 or a dozen, or is it 4 to 6, or is
I think 4 to 6 is what we're looking at to start with. Is there other people? Well, we lost 2 families. They had to move to other parts of the country because we didn't have transportation for them. And they were, that were a couple on the lake like that, and another couple up on the hill. It doesn't matter. Like you said, I don't need to name them. There's a number of people that, without naming, that next time they get a license aren't going to have one. It's not going to be hard to do to get a reasonable load with groceries and everything is 4 to 6 people. It's a 9-passenger van, really. When you got a spare tire in there and all that other stuff that you're supposed to carry. If we have a wheelchair, you're down to 6. Period. If you got 2 wheelchairs, and we are equipped to do it if we had the training, then you're down to maybe 2 wheelchairs and 4 people, including the driver.
Sure.
So, I mean, when
you gave us a lot to think about.
Unfortunately, I've had a lot to think about it. And I'm saying it's time, I've got to ask the town to start contemplating.
Taking it seriously.
And the other thing that came up when we were talking about transportation wasn't just older people, but people who might not have transportation in and out of town. that might want to, I mean, the best case scenario is you had to run the van twice a week out of town. 'Cause you
I
got
could
that
see,
many
I could
people
see
needing
the
to go.
possibility of going to Greenfield once a week and going to the mall at least once a month, on top of the once a week already. Because Shelburne's vehicles are getting busier and busier, and they only have so many hours of drivers. There comes a point, they're not going to be, if they are right now helping the service, they think they can take Mrs. Dyer Wednesday, when I had to refuse. But once I found out she was wheelchair bound, she wasn't recently, but she is now. I just don't, that would be a town liability, because I don't feel comfortable. I don't think I could convince a judge that we were properly equipped. I'm not about to put the town in that position.
Wayne, I have two kind of issues. One is, I was just looking up in the bylaws, you're a 5-person board.
We're allowed anyone
Appointed.
actually,
But by the bylaws, they say 5-person.
Yeah.
And I see this as two separate things. I mean, I don't see combining the drivers with the board makeup necessarily. I think it's our responsibility as a select board to get something into the paper saying we're looking for people to make this board. You know, Wayne shouldn't have to be the only person. I mean, I can't even imagine what a quorum is in a 1-person board, you know? That's one issue. And the second issue is drivers. The board doesn't have to be the drivers, right? They could be elderly people who aren't capable of driving but have their heart into the council on aging.
They're two separate problems,
Right.
except I know that I was qualified, so I've been doing some driving with it.
Right.
You know,
But then I can imagine there's a whole nother issue of dispatch. Somehow, people who need rides need to log onto a website or call a phone and say, I'm coming.
well, this website deal for senior deals,
No,
I'm not a
I'm
good
being
idea.
facetious.
You need
But
a phone.
a significant
or
amount of
a
time
office.
is required to plan the logistics, right? So it's not just drivers, it's someone responsible for organizing this stuff. Is that right or not?
Correct.
Yeah.
When I, for a while there, I was doing 2 or 3 private rides every week. Those people happened to have either passed on or left the area. And, no,
Well, just to get something done tonight, would you guys entertain a motion if I was to talk about having Mary work with Wayne to post an ad to the paper saying we're looking for people to be on this council on aging? You know, we're looking for interested parties. I mean, that's the very minimum we should do, in my opinion. I mean, I won't make a motion if you disagree with it, but.
No, I think that's an excellent step. I would second that.
We
Okay.
can put it on the website and the Ashfield.
And the
News.
Ashfield
We
News,
don't
so
need-
I'll make a quick motion, just that Mary work with Wayne to fill the 5-member board of the Council on Aging, and to go to the newspaper and the website, or any other place appropriate.
And we might be in time to make it for the January issue.
Yeah.
It's the 23rd.
It's the 28th.
28th.
Yeah,
So
and-
we still got time.
Oh, wow.
Still got time.
but I know that I can't work on it till about mid-January, but we'll get that deadline.
I want the board to be reminded that we went through 65 people that took interviews with Janice House and her committee. And out of that, we got 4 people, 2 of which are no longer serving and one is, and one that we were fairly happy resigned.
That's at the Council on Aging.
That's for the Council on Aging. It's not something that has never been approached in a larger sense.
But maybe enough time has passed
Well-
that it's worth a try.
Oh, yeah, we're
I
gonna
think,
try
I
something.
think we need, well, to fill the local Council on Aging.
That's correct.
Our
3 of which,
in-town committees.
yeah, this is 5, 3 of which will
But we need
serve down there.
a bigger, just like we were talking with Ted a few minutes ago, we need to fill that to find out if this whopping $750 for the local Council on Aging is appropriate for what needs to be done and what the needs are.
Makes sense.
I mean, we, you know, our assessment, just to remind everybody, our assessment to the senior center is $28,703 for the year. But our local council on aging, which we're talking about, is $750. So a set of tires just makes that look like a pretty small number.
Yes, it does. In fact, your bill this year for antifreeze didn't do it any good either.
So
And gasoline, well, if we're using it regularly.
motion's been made, I seconded it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
There, we'll get started on that. Well,
Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Wayne, and thanks for hanging in there.
yes, yes.
He said no answers, but I think that still seems appropriate to move forward.
Brian, are you equipped to talk about the technology committee?
Yep.
Okay?
The question, I believe, is relative to Chris Gray's proposal for the internet service for the town. That's what you're asking about, I
Yes.
assume? Yeah. We had a good session with Chris last week and concluded that we were in full support of his proposal.
Unanimously.
Yep. Chris is here, I think, so yep.
Were there any concerns of any kind? Or things you discussed that might change part of this plan?
Well, I mean, some of the things we discussed but didn't have any serious concerns about are not doing anything that would jeopardize our qualifying for the last mile status for the town. We didn't really see any significant issue there. Am I missing anything, Chris? It's too late at night. I've been up since 4 this morning and I'm tired.
Yeah, it was mentioned that it being, to be certain it was in exchange for internet services at Town Hall, but also to consider reduced cost internet services at other municipal locations.
Yeah, we had some discussion about different ways of reimbursing the town for the use of the town hall facilities.
For the space.
Yeah.
So you had a discussion about that?
Yeah, we threw around some different ideas that could be investigated further. We didn't see any real issues with using the town facilities for providing a service to the town. Seemed like a good opportunity for getting some, potentially getting a discounted service or free internet service for the town hall or potentially for the library as well. Some kind of arrangement like that. So I think those are details we need to work out as we go forward. It depends on what capabilities Chris is able to provide to.
With the different hat on, did the technology committee think that perhaps Chris needed to speak to the building committee, since we're talking about adding things onto our old building?
Yeah, I was asked by the building committee to represent them at the meeting as well. I think Chris is going to come to the next building committee meeting if he's able to. Somebody in the building committee was going to go back and dig out their notes for the last time they went through this with GOC, and that is use of the steeple for antennas. I don't think there was any objections from them to this. We just wanted to touch base with Chris and try and refresh go back over the ground that's already been plowed once there with GOG.
Okay.
When,
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris, you need to talk to Stuart very directly, because when I went up there a little while ago, some of the columns, I think there's 7 columns, 5 columns, 35 feet long. Some of them are rotten, and he reminded me of when they replaced the steeple, and that to get those back in, they'd have to pull the steeple off, and you need to be thinking of a contingency plan if there's a period of time when they need to really upset the whole infrastructure up there. Because he was saying that it's going to be sooner than later, not trying to add to the budget or anything like
It
that.
was about a year ago, Stuart was in and spoke to us about that.
Yeah, and the condition of them. There are some roof issues, but that wouldn't necessarily affect you, but you need to be thinking about that possibility, because you'd have a bunch of irate customers if you didn't provide for some contingency.
Okay.
Especially if they had to take that down again
Yeah,
and lift it off of the crane like they did last time.
exactly.
That would interfere with that line of sight when it's sitting on the ground.
But what
And
about?
it was still all attached.
Oh, nightmare to me.
Yeah.
I mean, nightmare to me thinking about you going up and hitching it up. And I'd stay safely on the ground. You know.
Maybe that's 5 years off. I don't know.
I have spoken with him directly recently to prepare for or to talk to him about meeting with the building committee. But we didn't talk about that specifically, so I will talk to him about that and find out.
So as far as the theory, now that we have feedback from the technology committee, any idea on how we should proceed?
I'd like to hear from the building committee like that also. I think I need to know that they're okay with it, because if they said, yeah, we are replacing these things within the next 2 years or 3 years, that might make you go away. It might not be a viable plan at that point, you know. So it'd be worth hearing from them.
So if they come back in the negative, that would pretty much stall things until,
Right.
but if they come back in the affirmative, what is the track? The track is to get a hold of Donna and set
See if
some
we can
time
do it.
aside and say, this is what's thrown in front of us, how do we do this?
What does it need to look like? Yes.
Right?
And for how many years? Technology's changing quickly, so I can't, maybe he would like to be tied in for a number of years, on the other hand, maybe not. I don't know.
I'm just thinking that Chris, at some point, we need to make a decision so Chris doesn't have to make the track here every 2 weeks, and we throw him a bone saying, go fetch this one for us, go fetch that one for us. So, I mean, if we, could we agree that if the building committee came back with an affirmative recommendation, that we could immediately go to town council, Mary could go and try to set up a time so people could explain what they're thinking we need to do and explore it and go from there? I mean, I'm just trying to expedite the,
I'm okay.
right?
Yeah.
Go to the building committee, if the answer is no, well then it's no.
No.
But if the answer is in the affirmative that this could work,
See if it's possible.
then we could expedite something going to the,
And Mary
To
could
town council.
report back to us.
And I've already talked to some people on the building committee about this, so I can find out from them and just do it without coming back here. Is that correct?
that's what I'm trying to
So
say.
I can get a big farm.
We need a motion? Or?
Yeah, yeah, didn't I just make a motion?
Well, I was thinking when you said the beginning in the affirmative or the negative, it's more a matter of, they envision, like Ron said, in 2 years, they're gonna be dropping that steeple down. How far does Chris wanna go with his plan, knowing it might be coming down? Maybe he still wants to, so it's almost like a joint decision in some ways. Or unless they said, no, don't attach anything until we've got it all fixed, I don't know, but there might be more than one party involved. Maybe the limitations they put on it, Chris would want to say no, as opposed to the building committee saying no.
I still think it could be a wink and a nod. I think Mary, if they came back sure, go ahead and do it, but you know, in the next 5 years, we're thinking that steeple's gonna come off.
Well, Chris will be
Chris,
talking
if
to
you
them.
don't, if you
I'll
don't
talk
like
to
that
them.
idea, you know, feel free to tell Mary. I just don't want things to get held up 2 months when we could be moving forward.
And I think the timeline is important, if I understand.
Well, we can always wait longer, but soon.
Town's been built on waiting.
But soon people can have better internet if we can move forward. I'll get a sense from Stuart about the time frame. With the steeple, hypothetically, antennas could be relocated to just below where the separation point is, and still get decent coverage to a significant amount of customers. And it would be something that people would have to be notified of as customers. But I'm basing things right now on a 3-year time frame, with the idea that when fiber comes, there's a good possibility that they're going to have better prices and better speeds and everything else. So I'm just trying to fill the gap. So if I can fill the gap for 2 years, or 3 years, that's probably still a help to the town.
Well, then probably the thing to do is to go get a hold of the building committee and come back and I think we're set to make that decision, but.
I think it would look good on the record to do that publicly like that before you go off marching with the town council and start building this thing. I think I can see people maybe objecting to the look of it. Did you take any time? So I think it's a good deliberate step to have them report personally.
I'm sorry we didn't have you do it the same time. We sent you after the technology committee. That was all.
I am scheduled for their meeting on Monday the 13th.
The 30th?
The 13th of January.
Oh. That's their next meeting?
Yeah. And it was also mentioned to me that the Historical Commission would be interested to know what's happening. So I'm tentatively on their schedule, but their next meeting is the end of January. So Steve Kujin has suggested that depending on what the select board would like, or what the building committee says or something like that, they can hold a special meeting for us to meet earlier if that's.
Has Stuart taken you up there?
Yeah, he took me up in 2002, but I think I've only been up once or twice since then.
You think the Council on Aging would have concerns? I'm trying to think of who else would have concerns, so maybe we could cover them all at one time.
Planning board?
Wouldn't it be nice if we had some communication?
In terms of,
That's my concern.
I don't think the animal control officer would
No.
want to know.
not unless there's a stone in there.
Only if the dog can climb the ladder.
Are you thinking the planning board has something to say
I
about it?
have no idea, I was just, you were asking the question, I was thinking out loud.
I'm asking out loud.
I could ask him.
Huh? I
They
can't
could
believe
weigh in
it.
if they wanted to.
I can't believe that would be an issue. But, go. Sorry to make you run again, but that's probably what we need to do. And you've already got the appointment set up.
I do.
So you're not surprised.
So can
So he's
Christopher
gonna
come
have
back
to,
here on the 13th? If he's meeting with them on the 13th, come here on the
you could
13th?
drag them out here. And we could discuss it all together.
Would you have any schematics by that time?
My intention in time for their meeting is to have some, at least visuals.
Yeah. It'd be good to see what you're thinking.
It'll be a little bit challenging with the weather and the snow up there, but I'm working on some photogrammetry and getting a 3D mesh model on top so I can put some antennas on it and see what happens. We'll see.
And get these little remote helicopters.
Yeah, that's further down. I'll probably do a couple of scenarios, like worst case. You put up as many as you can and see what it looks like, and then put up a couple of other.
Well, that sounds great. 10:20? We don't need too many details.
What's 10:20?
It's 10:20 is what time it is.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Knocking them off. We got some used, nothing else, we gotta make sure we have these used car licenses done.
We do.
I still think it would be good to basis with Mike Fitzgerald on the planning board, just to see if they've got anything.
We got some communication going back and forth. You have, I saw some communication.
I just sent the one.
3 each.
And I wasn't a liaison.
All right, let's do these used car dealer license renewals.
It says there's 5 of them.
Yeah. It looks to me like there's only one place to sign. Brian's looking back. Albert Grimback Jr., Grimback's Auto, 286 Creamery Road, Ashfield. He has a limit of 23 cars, no new parking, no parking on the west side of Creamery Road or Briar Hill. That's why there's parking on the east side. Parts storage screened from roads, yeah, tree screen. There's a tree screen as per special permit issued August 3rd, 2000. Those are the restrictions. There haven't been any complaints? or-
No complaints, no issues with any of them. I checked with the town. They're all without.
Without a problem. I make a motion that we issue used car dealer's license class 2 to Albert H. Rimback Jr. doing business as Rimback's Auto.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Next, Frederick H. Graves, doing business as Graves Garage. 273 Baptist Corner Road, garage lot on western side of Baptist Corner Road. I make a motion that we reissue a new license, used car dealer's license class 2 for Frederick H. Graves doing business as Graves Garage. Have a second? Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Here's a used car dealer's license class 2 to Todd M. Gary, doing business as Gary's Auto Sales, 512 Main Street in Ashfield. Special permit restrictions. A maximum of 3 unregistered vehicles, no signs of any kind relating to the business. No wonder I'm surprised to see it. No unregistered vehicles parked between Main Street and the front line of the house, and no assembly or repair of unregistered vehicles on the premises. I'll make a motion that we renew the used car dealer's license class 2 for Todd M. Gary doing business as Gary's Auto Sales. Got a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Used car dealer's license, class 2, Paul E. Bacon doing business as Bacon's Equipment, 436 Cummington Road, Ashfield, Mass. Bacon's Equipment. Garage and sheds located on the lot. You know where that is, Cummington Road, Bacon's? You know where Billy White House used to be? Yeah. That's it. I'll make a motion to renew Paul E. Bacon's used car dealer's license class 2, doing business as Bacon's Equipment. Second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Mary, you said on all of these, right? There were no problems?
No, ask about each of them.
And last but certainly not least, used car dealer's license class 2 to Roberts Brothers Company Incorporated, 1450 Spruce Corner Road, Ashfield. Garage area located on Spruce Corner Road. I'll make a motion to renew this used car dealer's license class 2 to Roberts Brothers Company Incorporated. Second it. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Now we're going to get to the minutes. We're going to go back to do the minutes because I don't want to get all stuff and have Lynn after me. I'll wreck my Christmas. Oh, you don't want to wreck your Christmas.
I can do it on my own, I don't need your help.
And then, oh, you're found all day.
Just move them over, but I was kind of.
All right. Let's hit the minutes of November 18th. It's going to take a minute to find those.
I have copies that I made you guys back a couple days ago. You need them?
You said.
You have them, Tom? Because these are Susan's. But, I mean, they were sent to you. I can't find them.
Yeah, you may as well hand it to me. I've got your 12-2 minutes. Paulette, if you reviewed these, you can go ahead.
Okay, couple, did you have some money?
I just had one little one actually, but go on.
Okay. I'm at first page at the top. I think the audio recorders, I think the R belongs with the recorders.
I think
so there needs to be a space
Yeah.
there. The other one, I don't know if you want to include a sentence or whatever, but I know it's at the very bottom of the first page. When we were talking about transportation, there was a gentleman sitting here that brought it up too, especially since we were talking about the block grant, that not just the elderly, but low to moderate income eligible people for transportation
Yes.
in and out of town.
That was,
Had to be urgent.
it was right next to the community hall.
Michael Upstead?
Michael.
Thank you. And he
And that's
brought
the
up
last
that.
paragraph, you said?
It was that, you know, if we added a sentence or to that paragraph, that, whether we want to name him by name, but that he was pointing out that not just elderly, but low to moderate income eligible people, you know, transportation in and out of town
Yeah.
is equally as important.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah.
That'd be fine to add, especially since it was a public hearing.
Yes. Page 2, I'm almost at the very end, just before motion. I think that's supposed to be 0.70%, because it's actually less.
0.7.
Fine, that works.
0%.
There's a decimal
'Cause it's-
point, right?
Yeah, it's not 7%, it's,
Yeah. 0.7%.
right. Page, fourth page? Turn the pages back to the fourth page. Down under holiday schedule, the schedule for 13 paid holidays in December is outlined. Isn't it just 13 paid holidays for 2014
Yes.
as opposed to in December?
Yeah.
I'm on the last page, and I think we're missing documents. There was a letter from the Mass DEP of an award. There was the letter from Judy, is it Haupt, H-A-U-P-T, about Unico. There was a letter from the AG regarding an OML that you read.
Regarding what?
An OML, I think it was the letter from the AG's office about an OML complaint. And basically it was,
It's under mail. It was, everything that's being mentioned so far is under the mail. Those are the documents that are missing.
right, and what else? I've got also a note, a letter, payment voucher for reimbursement. And
Where's
then there
that?
was, I wrote it down and now I'm trying to remember what it was. I did this back before our meeting 2 weeks ago, so.
Yeah. What'd you say, a letter?
There was a letter, payment voucher for reimbursement. Who are we reimbursing? I did it right away, now I didn't leave myself enough notes.
Was that one you asked me about?
No. It says there was a letter.
Is it mentioned anywhere in the minutes?
I'd have to go back. I wrote it at the time, but it was 2 weeks ago. And then there
The
was.
4 letters for Suzanne. Those
Right,
aren't
that's what I was
on
gonna say. Then 2 were addressed to the select board and 2 keeper requirements. You had them. You had the only copies that night. But you were reading them. Letter for payment. Oh, here it is. Letter from Department of Transportation, payment voucher. $250,264 reimbursement. It's near the top of the page.
Oh, that's what you said.
Oh, yeah, I read that. That's
Oh,
right.
That's right.
So we probably.
So just add those 5 points. Ron, what do you have? Just more is Wayne Wickland on the bottom of the first page.
Yeah, I found it too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good.
What was it, spelling?
Yeah.
Yeah, L-U-N-D instead of L-A-N-D.
Oh. Okay. What is that?
You want to tell me you're looking for a
I'm
motion?
good.
I'm good. So I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes that I just put away, dated November 18th, 2013, as amended, and adding the appropriate documents, the amended document to the list.
And our other usual notes at the end.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, should I have a footnote on here?
Right.
Okay.
minutes and then, like you usually do.
Second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, let's hit December 2nd.
I already picked up on December 2nd, dated warrants.
Oh, the warrants,
You didn't
yeah.
see it?
Yeah,
In October.
Oh. I missed it on the 18th, so I'll pick it up on the 2nd. Paulette has 2 L's.
Where?
Paullette. I missed it on the 18th.
Yeah,
Spell it.
that. Was the 18th that way too?
yeah. You all read the big article in the Independent about Warren Kirkpatrick had a section almost all to himself.
Oh, I saw
He
it.
did?
That was a good article, I
That
thought.
was an excellent article. Excellent.
I was-
That was really fun.
You also saw the report of our select board meeting in the upper right-hand corner of the front page?
Yes.
Say that again, Paulette, please.
Upper right-hand corner of the Independent,
Oh, I thought you
on the
were...
front page, no.
Okay.
He mentioned the paper.
Yeah.
I actually have a question on the minutes, which I hadn't thought of at the time we were doing it. The manuals that Doug Field has prepared, and he's got one at the firehouse, and it occurred to me as I read the minutes that a copy's going to go to the executive administrator. Is there any reason it needs to be with the town clerk
No,
in some way, shape, or form?
none.
Okay, I just wanted, as I read the minutes, I thought, oh, we didn't ask that
I mean,
question.
I showed everyone in the office where it is on the bookcase, but no, she wouldn't be dealing with it.
There was nothing there that would, okay.
Well, no.
I didn't ask the
Let me
question
back
yet,
up.
so-
Not specifically as town clerk. All of us, I think, in the office are able to use the alert system if necessary in an emergency, and so we all know where the book is, but
I was thinking specifically as town clerk, that's why I was asking the question, and I realized at the time I hadn't asked it, so when I read this, prompted me.
No, I think they look really good. Ron, you have any?
Yeah, just a few little typos if I can. On the first page, under appointment, Cheryl Scott, and you talk about Dan Werner, he's Scott's surveyor, not architect. So surveyor there. And then halfway down that paragraph, on the right-hand side, it says the board, and I think we want to use the word had instead of as.
Okay.
You see that, Lynn? These are just little things, but and then next page. Oh, Warren Kirkpatrick's paragraph there was right above the dark word that says motion. It's Warren has drafted, right? You get that? Then under old business, fourth line down towards the right, you have color advisors or something.
Yes, yes.
It works for me.
It works.
And then the paragraph on the top of page 3, the very top line, I think
advisors should be also
12.2, have you already got that? Instead of 12.1?
Oh, yeah, that's true, advisors.
I think it's Kohler also.
Yeah,
Oh.
I would call it.
Another collar. And then one more I had on the
No,
last,
it wasn't Kohler in there, too, was it?
I didn't see that.
Go ahead.
On page 4,
Four?
second paragraph down, Brian also had a discussion. Just little things, as I said.
Good?
I'll make the motion to accept the amended minutes dated December 2nd, 2013. Oh, you have something else?
Just one little thing in the documents.
Okay.
Number 9, it's got the OML complaint from Suzanne, but there was also for each of us a manila envelope of materials. And I know I didn't open mine at the time, but whether we wanted to include that there was a packet. They're hard to itemize when I didn't even open it at that particular meeting.
That packet was the 4 letters that she had sent the week before, that we were just talking about, or 2 weeks before.
Oh, okay,
That's what that packet was.
okay. I didn't open it at the time, so I wouldn't know how to define it here, other than there was this manila envelope for each of us. Okay,
So you okay, Paulette?
yes, I'm okay.
Okay. So to accept the minutes dated December 2nd, 2013 as amended, including them within the document list and the notes as we have done in the past.
Second.
We got a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Unanimous. All right. It's 10:42, and on the agenda is to go through the personnel policies. But I'm wondering with tonight's resignation, should we have, before we get into that, should we have a short discussion on what we think we should do to proceed?
Sure.
Short term and long term? Or longer term, or intermittent term, or whatever we want to call it. I mean,
I think we should post it to the meeting agenda, just to play it on the safe side officially. I don't mind having a brief discussion now also, but I think it'd be good for
Next meeting.
yeah, well, I mean,
But we still.
I think we still need to manage this and
Talk about it.
I just think it kind of trumps the personnel policy for at least a few minutes. So what do you think?
The other thing that I believe Wayne Sampson had said at that time back in 2010 is he didn't just speak to police chiefs, and I'm concerned because we've been down this road before, that anybody from sergeant up should be full-time academy trained. And with that information not that old in this town, people will remember. And I think we need to be very careful what we do, even short-term, that flies in the face of that, sort of, is my opinion.
So what's the recommendation, I guess? What would be the recommendation to do? I mean, at some point, we gotta make a decision to do something. And I understand exactly, I mean, I was here,
And there's a
the
lot
town
of
was, but
history before that. Yep.
this is a different, to me, taking that all into consideration, I think this is a whole lot different situation than that. This is an entirely different situation than that was, because not only was the police department in, from top to bottom, in complete disarray. I mean,
There was a lot.
unfunctional, right? The select board was also in, we had people leaving the select board and all this other stuff at the same time.
Well, I think when Wayne Sampson
one
came in, it
on
was 2010, because it was before they started
But-
even making the committee to go look and all, anyway.
But it was, I feel if this is managed correctly, it doesn't have to get to that high profile. I think this can be managed myself, because I just think we're in a entirely different place than we were in 2010. That's my personal opinion of where we are.
I've thought about this a little bit. Nina was on the police chief search committee, so it was in my life in a big way back during those crazy times. I kind of like in a compromised position. I kind of think, I respect Diane Wilder a lot. I think she does a lot of good for the town. I think that personally that she should be made short-term acting police chief. And I think that this ought to come to the town for the decision if we are going to stay the course of a full-time chief, a trained academy chief, or if the town feels differently. It's too hot a button for me to push, but I think we need to let some time go by, and we need to be operating a police force while the town weighs in on this decision. And I do think that what were the two terms? It was a officer in charge versus the acting chief. I do fall on the side of the acting chief because I think we're a strong chief community, and I don't want to get into micromanaging the police department, which you would do if you, in my opinion, if you had just an an officer in charge. I think the town should weigh in on it again, because there was a survey that was done on this whole thing back then. Went out to all the town people, and that's what they wanted at the time. Different time, different situation, but maybe they feel the same way about it.
I prefer to reach out to John Cotton again. If we're gonna have something, and part-time, to just come in and just kind of, as he did before, organize and keep things going smoothly while we go through this. I just keep hearing that same information, and I think it's still important.
Hearing what same information?
From Wayne Sampson, not to do that. And I'm not discrediting Diane, whomever they proposed that is not full-time academy trained. I'm not sure we do them a favor by setting them up in that scenario. And it's easy enough to make the phone call, are you available? Part-time, and Pat said he'd be a little bit part-time. That would buy us a couple of months to see what to do.
Yeah, I don't see an urgency. I mean, I think we can kind of work through this, and, it's too bad that it happens. Like I said when the chief was here, I resigned myself to the fact that this is going to happen in Ashfield. And I don't think it's anything that gets too terribly urgent. If it's got to happen, I think it comes at the perfect time, because we're going to be working through the budget and all of that, and it kind of sharpens everybody's senses of what can we afford, what people want, and that sort of thing. So I don't feel it's the same situation as it was in 2010. Mary, you got something you wanted to?
Just that we'll want to check on the terms of if chief is involved after leaving. There's a 30-day.
It's 30 days.
I beg your pardon?
There's a 30-day wait period if there is any separate compensation.
What does that mean?
It's the revolving door. You can't leave a position in town and then come back as a consultant. Now, I haven't looked to see if there's any kind of
You have to wait.
exemption or exception in the situation of the police department, but it's something just to look into, which I figured I'd look into tomorrow.
I wonder if the resignation date is a resignation from full-time employment, and then he's working part-time until he's
Effective
off.
January 5th or whatever the date is.
So the resignation is for the 40 hours, and then he's doing some part-time work until he's
According to the
off.
law, when he leaves, when he gives his resignation, and that's the 4th, he has to wait 30 days from that day before he can go back on payroll anytime.
It makes sense, it makes sense.
What's the purpose of it again?
It's a revolving door.
For what?
Prohibition, it's so that you can't work in, work in town or your government anywhere, and then immediately leave and charge as a consultant.
You can take a job as you can leave government and come back as a lobbyist, but you can't
Wine and
come back as a lobbyist.
All right.
But
This should get on the agenda, right?
right, it'll get on the agenda, but it's something we need to have a discussion about, and I think having the discussion in 2 weeks is, we want to have a little bit of an idea where we want to go.
And you also asked a question about officer in charge, and he answered that as obviously not being strong chief, but that is an alternative. You could have more than one thing going on.
Yeah, oh yeah. But I don't, like I said, I mean, our posture, looking here, it doesn't seem like any of the three of us think it's an earth-shattering thing that's happening that we need to, get it replaced immediately with I mean, it's something we need to be thoughtful about, is what I'm saying.
Well, maybe we want to propose at our next meeting, maybe we want to propose a committee again. Like you said, the meeting was on that was wrestling with what does the next police chief, what should it look like? They did all the interviewing, they solicited all the materials, and then came back with the candidates that were possible for the position that the select board agreed that the town wanted. Maybe now we only need a part-time. Maybe now we only want a part-time. I don't know, or part-time chief and part-time officer in terms of being out in the field.
I guess I'd have to be sold on that. I'm not telling you that I can't, that on a whole other committee again. Seems like attacking that once every 10 or a dozen years is often enough.
Maybe.
I mean, it almost seems like, to me, that
There was a lot they did. Maybe
there's a
just some
lot.
of it off.
Well, but I think there's a lot that's been done by this chief to really kind of take a department from its lowest ebb. Huh?
Changed dramatically.
Right? I
But
mean-
the whole idea is not to slip back into where we came from.
Right, no. But I just can't believe that much time and effort needs to be spent any more than 10, 12, 15 years apart. I mean, I think we've got it laid out in front of us, and if we can't make a decision on it, then we're probably not the administrators we'd like to be.
I would think the biggest decision is whether, and this came up at that time too, over and over again, whether it's full-time or part-time. So if you have a part-time chief, is there another chief around that's part-time or who's available part-time to do that job, which is different than having a full-time chief? I mean, that seems to be one of the big questions, even if the job description is the same.
I'm getting the feeling that you're pretty sure that Diane would be a good fit for the town, like the chief was saying.
I didn't say it that way.
I don't know, I'm just telling you what,
To me, it's not specifically about Diane, it's specifically about what Wayne Sampson said. You want to basically stay out of these problems, make sure the person who's acting as your chief or is your chief or from the sergeant up is full-time academy trained. Now, we want to support her to have her go do that, that's fine. But I'm not convinced we do anybody any favor, knowing that that's what we were once advised, and ask for that, somebody to advise us, to then put somebody in that position.
Yeah. There's a difference between, I understand what you're saying, that you have a professional come in, someone with experience to give you advice, but that does not make it a requirement. There's a difference between getting advice and then saying that this is the absolute requirement. Is that in the new job description, was that a requirement?
I believe so. I haven't read it recently, but I think it was when they did it. I don't think they did anybody that wasn't in the final cut.
I don't think if it's a requirement, it's our requirement, because I know that, I remember this last time, that if it's a full-time chief, then I believe there is a requirement that it be academy trained. But I believe the fellow in Conway does 20 hours under something administrative, and then he's a 20-hour chief, so he's a part-time chief. He's not academy trained. So I'm open to what the town people want. I really am. I mean, I don't want to. These are different times, but whatever.
All right, so we'll have this as. Now, when we start, we put this on the agenda for the 30th. Help me through this. There's no reason for it to be executive session, or there is a reason for it to be executive session.
If you will, I believe if you will be discussing, actually, it's probably a good thing to check, because I don't know if there's a difference between talking about a transitional situation as opposed to a new full hire.
And I think one of the differences, if you're talking, which we wouldn't be, but about negative performance, then that's executive session. But I remember sitting in the audience when they were talking about performance of the police department, and that was all done out in the open, select board, public. So we want to be
It
careful
wasn't
not
done?
to, it was done, but that, I'm talking about performance type things. So we need
But
to be
did
careful.
anybody waive the right to executive session during that, or?
It says you have to do these things in public. The only ones you take to executive session are if you were going to be
If you're going to
reprimanding.
specifically discussing a current employee's
Like Diane.
performance.
But it's only in the negative. Positive performance, or I'm not saying it correctly. Because at that particular meeting, they were discussing performance, itemizing different things, and whether or not they should or should not reappoint certain people. And it was all done in public. So I'm just saying you need to be careful not to go into executive session when we shouldn't be there.
And nobody wrote a complaint about them doing that?
No, it's because what they were supposed to do. It wasn't wrong, it was right.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Because I can't believe you
I
could
was
have a
sitting there
discussion.
that
I can't believe you could have a discussion about employee and have it all be positive. Especially if you were wondering if you were going to reappoint them or not.
No, I didn't say that everybody was positive, but they weren't taking them in to
For disciplinary.
discipline. Yes, there you go.
All right. So, yeah, would you take a look at that? Maybe you'll have to run that past Dawn, because I don't want to step off the side on that.
If it is a public-
Intentionally.
If it is a public forum, we might have to advise the audience a little bit that any comments they say can't go down that slippery slope also, right? Because that would be wrong if she was here and it was turning into a job performance sort of thing. That's probably not correct. I mean,
So-
we don't need any suits.
It's only Christmas in between, of course. But I'm feeling that we all need to do a little something to kind of come up with a game plan. Let's try to get our handle on how we're going to keep the department together from the 1st of January until the 1st of March. If we can get that 8-week period covered, that would be, then we can start looking at the bigger picture. Does that make sense? And we can each kind of scout out our own. Does that make sense to you? Paulette? I know I spent an hour and a half with the chief on Friday, stopped in to talk to him, and got this laid on me, so I knew it was coming. But like you said, it was the worst kept secret. I thought he was very definite with me that he felt that the department is in a good place, which is an entirely different situation. So I feel confident with that observation. All right, so it is 11 o'clock. You want to hit these personnel policies?
I think one thing is that we've got to talk about real quickly this planning board with Mike Fitzgerald, because he made an indication in the email that he sent this before. I never saw it before.
I never saw it.
But I think he wants to get it out the door, and it's a quick read if you're up for it.
Okay, here's the deal. If we do the planning board, I'm not doing the personnel policies tonight. Does anybody have a problem with that?
I think 11 o'clock to start personal policies is kind of a late hour anyway.
I think it probably is.
That doesn't mean it would be our best work.
I'm thinking it might be late to start the planning board, but I think it is a quick read.
It's a
very
bit.
quick.
I have a few comments if you're ready for that. Do you have a copy of that in front of you? Mary, do you?
Yeah, I've got one for me and one for them.
Yep.
Oh, actually, I have one in Mary's packet if you need it.
The email?
Yeah, it's just an email, but I
Okay,
get a
I got it.
sense that he wants to put this in the paper. It's the first time I saw it, and he said he thought I was a liaison. I'm not a liaison there, so I just told him that. I noticed that he had CC'd everybody, but appreciate him reaching out. And this is, you should have received an earlier draft about it. The draft hearing will come out later. The draft for the hearing will come out later this week. Let me know if you guys have any feedback on it. Oh, below's a draft for a cover letter for the Ashfield News.
Now, see, I didn't get the attachment. I mean, was there an attachment?
There was, yeah. No, well, no attachment. It was in the email.
Oh, okay.
It's just that senior housing.
Okay.
Okay, because I didn't have
Okay.
an attachment either.
So there was a little correction. Unfortunately, the money shouldn't be capital M there. Mary, you see that? Okay. And then I said,
Wait a minute, that's in Michael's.
yeah,
But I'm not going to edit that.
no, but he's asking us for feedback.
Oh, I see.
So, I mean, if he's going to be putting this in the news. And
Maybe
the other
he
thing,
capitalized it deliberately?
huh?
Maybe he capitalized it
Yeah,
deliberately?
maybe.
Money should be capitalized in bold letters, italicized.
And I thought if it was going in the news, he ought to say, he said, we planned to have a Saturday afternoon hearing sometime in January. And I said, when? I mean, he's putting it in the news. He ought to say when. And I hope that,
Well, but the next deadline in for the Ashfield News
It's got to be quick.
is the 28th
say,
of January.
oh, he can't make
28th
December?
of December.
December 28th.
Right.
Can he make it? He still can make it December. So I sensed urgency. I didn't talk to him or anything, and he should sign this, Michael Fitzgerald, Chair, Ashfield Planning Board. You know, because if it just goes like this, I mean, where's it coming from, you know? So those were my own comments. I thought the thing was fine other than that.
Let me, if you don't mind, let me talk to Mike, and we need to have the information. What he's really talking about is setting this up to come to a special town meeting or annual town meeting to get a bylaw change.
But he wants to have a hearing. That's the important
In
thing.
January, yeah, first, to get some input, don't you think?
So he's trying to get it in the December paper.
Yeah.
That's his urgency.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think January.
And I like the history he supplied,
Yeah, it's
because I
good.
didn't know that either.
See, I don't see that this is the part that he wants to put in the paper. I think this is, he was just trying to give you the high points. but I may be wrong.
It says it's a draft, so.
I mean,
Do
a hearing sometime in January could easily be the 1st of February.
you want me to
Saturday afternoon.
get a copy of the draft and get it to all of you at this point, or not?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if there's a draft, hopefully it's electronic, or you can scan it in anyway.
What? We
The
don't.
draft of the bylaw, what he's talking about.
I think that's coming out at the hearing.
Because I think this is, I mean, he's advising us, but this is his ballgame.
Yeah.
He didn't even have to send this.
He didn't. It was
It's a
courtesy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going by the fact that he
So-
says you should have received a draft of the bylaw some months ago, so when I might just get a hold of that and get one to each of you.
That would
But first to weigh in on the bylaw now, during this very busy season we've got, I mean, I would go to the hearing and see what the bylaw is, you know? I mean, I'll listen to it publicly like everyone else does. I don't need to.
So you don't want that one, okay?
I don't mind having a copy. I won't comment on it
Yeah.
until the hearing. It'd be nice to have a chance to look at it.
Well,
But he
if I
should go
had,
ahead.
if I had something to comment on, I'll comment to the
Okay, so
planning
send them
board.
to you.
Yeah, yeah, not to us. Right.
I mean, what difference does it make? I mean, it's open government.
Do you want me to respond to him with this, or do you want Mary to? I don't care. It just seems like an open item that was somewhat urgent. And I didn't want to leave him hanging, because especially if I was a liaison, which I'm not.
Maybe he should just go ahead, Michael,
Yeah.
and draft whatever he wanted to put in the paper for his Saturday afternoon, January hearing.
Yeah. You don't think this is it, though?
Well, it might be.
Okay.
I don't think it is. I think it's,
He said it was a draft.
and I think what he means, if he's having it on a Saturday afternoon, it's not a hearing, it's an informational meeting. Because I don't think you can have a public, right on a bylaw, you have to have a public hearing, which would be Monday through Friday.
So should I maybe contact him and ask him if he's thinking?
I'll see him. I see Michael
Fine.
often enough. I'll catch up with him.
He's looking just to have a conversation with the public and have them come, and he's picking a Saturday afternoon, I
But it
think.
would be the hearing that you need for the labor bylaw as part of the bylaw.
I think that's
Right.
exactly, he's looking for some public input.
Right.
So will you get back to him? I don't
Yes.
need to worry about this.
Yeah, I've got, matter of fact, I'll email him and, tell him that I'm looking for him over the weekend. I mean, it got sent to everybody in there. Yeah, see,
It's his whole planning board. It's a lot.
Ken Miller's on, Lauren Preston, Wells,
She's on planning board.
yeah.
So over.
Alan Rice.
Yeah. Walters.
And Walter's and all.
Alternate.
All right, anything else? Any other liaison, any mail, Mary, that we need, that we need action on?
I think there is one I want to draw your attention
You
to.
gotta use
You
the
have a
news.
copy in your, I think you each have a copy in your file, you each have a copy in your files from Leah Gibson. It's about the technical assistance, local technical assistance available for grant money. The form that we would send back if we were interested is attached to the letter you have. We would send that back by January 13th, so I just thought that maybe you would want to put it on for the December 30th meeting.
Okay. That's fine.
And look at it in the meantime. And, there's a letter about an assessor issue you just have in your file just to look at.
I
And
saw that.
Which letter is that? I'm sorry.
Because I remember when
there wasn't,
people completed stuff online or something.
yeah, but it wasn't what needed to be completed. So that's the one from DOR. And then
I'm surprised.
Dell wanted to receive a few safe grants.
That's right, Dell was here and he left. I was wondering, he must have been here for this?
Yeah, but he knew he wasn't on the schedule, and,
Oh,
you know, he might have, if it had come up, he might have said something like that.
So almost $6,000.
Yep.
5,600. 5,700.
And then you just have.
Now, those are like education grants, right?
Yes. And this is the first time he's been available for elderly as well as children.
Did you see the
oh,
delegate grant? Oh, great. Great, plenty of grants.
That's wonderful. Need them all.
We got grants for the fire department, police department got a grant for a camera.
You have an email from Wired West, I'll just make notes, so no worries about it, that I got back to them and asked them to remove some old select board names. Make sure they're sending, I think the Ashfield there means it's going to you guys.
Western Mass Electric, that they're gonna do herbicide applications. Probably need to post that.
That's a good question. Do you tell that person? I'll ask
I
her.
posted on the website.
I'll ask her to post it.
Did you talk about the DLTA while I was downstairs, the technical? Are you going to send that out to committees? Because that's what she's asking for in that. Says, please send it to all of your committees and have them get back to us.
yeah, because there's a lot in here.
We have to pull it together by the 13th.
Right, so I was just suggesting that it be on the agenda on the 30th, and do you want me to send it to?
Well, it says select boards should plan to gather requests from their boards and departments, prioritize the requested assistance for the
Right.
town and submit it. I think that's a good idea if you fire it out to, because there's stuff that associates green communities, there's stuff that is involved with planning department, zoning bylaw, master planning, you know, just about everything. So conservation commission agent, develop a feasibility study on regional conservation agent. I was even thinking it'd be nice if we could get into regional transportation in light of all the stuff that they're talking about tonight.
Probably the thing to do is to fire this out electronically and then leave yourself a reminder to do it again after New Year's.
Right.
And then it's got a,
I mean.
Well, what I'll do is I'll send it the first time and say if you could have replies in time for a meeting on the 30th, but we'll know that we'll have, if we don't get much of a response, we can do it right after. Let's do it.
we might end up doing it without the comments because they might not.
Did either of you make it to the select board essentials?
Yeah, I
last
did.
week with the, did you go?
I couldn't due to illness.
Oh,
Talk about bad timing for an elder to be ill. Did you go, Ron?
I did.
Did they have a handout?
drinking at different bars together? I was all ready to go and I couldn't go.
I woke up sick that morning, like out of the blue.
It was
I woke up
interesting.
sick that morning, but I knew why I was sick that morning.
The night before.
That was self-induced.
Did they have a handout of any kind?
They
besides
did.
what was in the newspaper?
They had, two people came and spoke, and I noticed I didn't even get a copy of the Select Board Essentials handout. They usually have that there, but
Yep.
they did have one resource. It was just something that the Council on Aging puts out, but I didn't grab it myself. I looked at it, had a lot of stuff like names of senior housing and stuff like that, but it was very thick. Trying to minimize waste reduction. It was good. It was pretty good. Duncan was there and Susan Clark was there. And I went there with Wayne, we drove together.
Oh,
We
good.
actually went to, I'm trying to learn more
You didn't
about.
go in the van?
No, good lord. Actually went to the senior center, Shelter Falls had a director meeting just prior to it, so it was like perfect timing. I said, oh, I'll go and listen in. Met Penny Spearings and a lot of nice people down there. And it's quite an interesting place. I have never really done much with it, so it's on my list of things to get more involved with.
Was there anything, I mean, it's no surprise that the population's getting older, so to speak, but did they have any factoids
You
that
know what
were
I
surprised?
learned was that in Ashfield, I learned this at the senior center, not at the FERCog thing. Ashfield has the greatest number of people over 60, of the senior center, which is only 2 towns participating in the senior center. And it has some least use.
Least participation.
Yeah, and they do it by visits, there's this whole thing, how they do that. And then what we've always been doing is that there's this big slug of population, the demographics is working so that in 5 years, right now 1/3 of our population is over the age of 60, and in 5 or 10 years, I can't remember exactly, it's going to be 2/3. It's pretty amazing in this town, more so than any of the other towns. So, get that ambulance.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Expense, add another bag.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, if the ambulance is working good, the ambulance should never be in the bay.
That's right. It's always right.
A couple more things, I think you have them in your folder, so you can look at them when you get a chance, but Doug Field did get appointed to the Hampshire Council of Communication. Maya gave us some credits, and the town council requested an extension to answer the OML. The extension is to January 13th, 2014.
I didn't see the one on Doug.
Oh, it's the Hampshire County, it's the one that's got the head of Hampshire County.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Hampshire Council.
Yeah. The other thing on, when you're talking about this Council on Aging, I think it's a mistake if we just think it's elderly people that need to be on that. Well, I mean, if there's some people that are totally middle-aged or...
Be good to have a diversity in age.
Training session. You have a fill from within.
Yeah.
To go up through. We
Yeah.
all get there.
Some of us sooner than others.
What do you got?
Well, I've got a question, because we all received this email from Donna McNichol, and I didn't have any point of reference from our prior meeting. And she said that employees are anxious, and I don't remember anything in a prior discussion, so I didn't know where this was coming from.
This came from the last meeting when we were talking about,
I know
we made a motion
to send her all the stuff.
to send her the stuff, and we were talking about,
But it didn't.
no, we sent her the stuff. Was this?
This, I think it started with Ron addressing
Saying I was concerned.
as the town hall concerns, and then there was a discussion of the material would come to the table, and that, as I understood it, the motion was to send all of it, the concerns and the material, to Donna.
Right, the part that surprised me is I remember Ron was concerned. This is referencing that employees are anxious.
I think what Ron, I don't want to speak for you, Ron, but I think what he was representing was
The tone of
the
communication.
tone and his knowledge as liaison that the concern that it's raised for employees. Was that right, Ron?
At 11 o'clock at night, I can't remember what, I said, clearly I was concerned. This is a profile of a person who's cornered. I remember saying something like that. And I might have said something about, concerned about safety for people in town.
And
I can't,
it could be that when I related to Donna, I didn't say it in exactly the words you did, but.
I didn't talk to Donna about it at all.
Right.
Right.
No,
Just
that was,
forwarded it.
right.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out, because I remembered the conversation, and this seemed like a new piece of information to me when it indicates that employees in town hall are anxious, and I didn't know what they're anxious
Yeah, when I
about.
saw that, I wasn't, I mean, I don't, when I saw that,
But
it wasn't, didn't know if that was the ideal way to phrase it or not, but that's what came back.
But then she recommends that whoever on the board should then speak to the police chief about having reasonable measures, and we received the same one. I don't know, I just
I'm
felt.
looking at it right here.
Yeah, it kind of surprised me. I'm going, what's happening? What's going on? What happened that precipitated this? I knew what we voted on, but this seemed to be a different piece of
Right.
information than
Well,
what we talked about.
We said we would send those letters,
Uh-huh.
and then she called to discuss it. And so I paraphrased and maybe also said that it's raised concerns, I don't know, so. And there's, the tone makes people anxious.
I think we need to have a discussion.
What's that?
I think we need to have this discussion that we're talking about to find out what the level of concern
Well,
is
she
in the
suggests in
office.
the letter that one of us, go do it. I don't want to be that person to do it. I'm the liaison there now, and I've got a long history with this very issue, and I know where I stand on this issue. But I don't want to be a minority. I mean, when I sounded you guys out last week, I think I was the only one that was concerned. And I believe in the power of the three votes on this board. And maybe I was off the field. And I think maybe you as chair should sit and visit the people in town hall and get them all around and see if there is a concern for safety. And I mean, certainly.
That was the vote that you abstained from. I'm trying to
Yes.
That's the vote you
Yes.
abstained. So, yeah, because I did, I voted in the affirmative. I remember saying that, I was probably pretty quick to disregard it, just to overlook that. But I will, I'll come in and I'll have a discussion.
It just
And
seemed to
then
come off with new
then I can talk
information.
to the police chief while we still have him.
I hadn't recalled hearing employees were anxious at our prior meeting. So that's what caught my eye from this thing from Don.
My bet is that they probably are, but I haven't had that discussion, come into the office, taken the time to come into the office to have that discussion.
And it may have been in the way I described her with the folks going on.
Good. Thanks for bringing it up.
We'll get back to us.
I would
find out.
overlook and dismiss that too. Yes, absolutely. All right, anything else? Earth shattering, urgent.
The only other thing is they're going out of their way, did we already say this? Forgive me if we did this, Wired West, that they're communicating with us on their meetings, so do we
I
want
just
to
use that.
include that as a document, just that we've received this? And
I guess now that you've brought it up, we
they're
probably
going out
should.
of our, well, it's all tied to,
It's a public document anyway, but now that you brought it up, we probably can. When I read that, I just perceive that as something to keep us up to date. It's good public relations.
right, and other people may be interested, so it's with our stuff, they can find it. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else, Paul?
Yes, all I have that I found for mail that came to us.
Hey, public comment, is there any? Ron's trying to keep me here going on the agenda, and I put mine away, so it's a good thing he's looking out for me. I'll make a motion, we adjourn at 11:25.
I'll second it.
Second again.
We did the minutes. All right, very good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. won't meet again until